ilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Prayer. As she comes on stage, she is the Fisheries Officer under the Directorate of Fisheries, Siaya County, and Technical Assistant to the CEC, Agriculture, Food Security, Livestock, and Blue Economy. Karibu.
Thank you. Let us pray. Our dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for bringing us together today. We are grateful for the opportunity to meet, share ideas, and work together. We ask for your wisdom, guidance, and understanding as we deliberate on the matters before us and make decisions that serve the common good. We pray that you may bless us and grant us a productive and successful meeting. In Jesus' name we pray and believe.
Thank you. You may have your seats. In absentia, and will join us later, Professor Erastus Gatebe, who's representing the ministry, the PS industry, Dr. Alan Azegele, who's the C Codex Alimentarius Chair. Thank you, Mercy. In absentia as well, Madam Esther Ngare, represented by Director Quality Assurance, Dr. Murira Karau. CEOs present, Rebecca Amukoye from the Micro Enterprises Support Trust, Dr. Patrick Katiem, Director General, Carlo, that's the Kenya Agricultural and Livestock Research Organization, the Managing Director, Mbarire Wamboi, who's the CEO, Red Truck. I hope I got that right. Karibuni sana. Stakeholders in the food industry, distinguished partners, members of the Fourth Estate, good morning. My name is Mercy Kandie, Manager Corporate Communications at the Kenya Bureau of Standards, and I'll be your moderator and MC of the day. Karibuni sana. I'm hoping it's sunny outside, it's bright inside. And you know, when you have such conversations to better food security, we all should be happy. And I'm expecting the mood in the room to be upbeat. Sawa lady in blue, I see you. Blue is the color of safety, I hope it is. But at this point, ladies and gentlemen, remember that we are celebrating World Food Safety Day. And the theme is From Burden to Solutions, and that's safe food everywhere. So every year on the 7th of June, the world comes together. If it's your birthday on 7th of June, happy birthday, and we hope your cake is safe. But every year on the 7th of June, the world comes together under the leadership of the Food and Agricultural Organization, that's FAO, and the WHO to remind us of one critical truth, that food safety is everyone's responsibility. Everyone's responsibility, right? Right? I told you have no option. We have to have this discussion because food safety affects every one of us, not just the CEOs, directors of, it concerns every one of us. And I'll invite Naomi to speak about this shortly. So this year's theme is From Burdens to Solution, Safe Food Everywhere. It challenges us to shift our thinking from understanding the risks to implementing real practical solutions. So remember, it's something I also read about, that when there's no food safety, about 200 illnesses that impact health, livelihoods, and productivity and economies. But remember, all this is preventable. But It's a good thing because today it's about turning data into decisions and science into, Kenya Bureau of Standards, and knowledge into action. But I'm not the expert. I'd like to call on stage Naomi Kitur, who's the acting manager for the National Codex Contact Point here in Kenya at the Kenya Bureau of Standards, to give us an overview of why we're here today, who are our partners. Makofi tafadhali as Naomi Kitur. Are you satisfied with those claps? Another round of applause, tafadhali. Thank you, Naomi.
Thank you, Madam MC. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. As the MC said, this is a lively day. Please, good morning once again. Okay. As you've heard, my name is Naomi Kitur, the acting manager just incoming for the National Codex Contact Point. So, communications team, if you can have the presentation running. So I'll just give a brief overview of why we are here, especially for our attendees who may not be so familiar with why we are here, so that we can, as we start running the event, then we are all on the same page. So this is World Food Safety Day celebrations. As you've heard, the day is actually, the official date is on 7th of June, commemorated every year globally since 2019. And this was established by FAO and WHO, the Food and Agriculture Organization, and the World Health Organization jointly through Codex. So what I will just do is give a brief overview of Codex for the sake of all of us. Codex is one of the international standard setting bodies that works together with other. So we have 3 main standards bodies that are under the World Trade Organization Sanitary and Phytosanitary Agreement. That is, we have Codex, we have WAR. So Codex Alimentarius Commission sets standards in relation to food safety, whereas the World Organization for Animal Health sets standards related to animal health. And then we have IPPC, also one of the 3 bodies that sets standards to do with plant protection. That is the International Plant Protection Convention. So they are commonly referred to as the 3 sisters in food standards. So in brief, Codex is the food standard setting body, as I've said, established in 1963, jointly by both FAO and WHO. And it operates under the WTO agreements on SPS and TBT, technical barriers to trade. It has 189 members, that is 188 member countries and 1 member organization, that is the European Union. In Africa, we have 49 member countries, and Kenya is a member since 1969. And the objective of Codex, of course, is to set standards, as I've said, food standards, and the objective is to protect. So these standards essentially are geared towards protection of consumer health as well as facilitation of trade. These are standards that are used in the event, for example, of trade disputes, for instance, then they come in handy. They are the basis, they are used as the basis to facilitate trade, especially where there are disputes. So now we come to the World Food Safety Day itself. This day was established by the UN General Assembly in 2018. Of course, there's a lot of information related to that as how it came up to then. But in brief, it was established by the UN General Assembly in 2018. And it's celebrated on the 7th of June of every year since 2019. So the first was in 2019. And the idea is for this day to raise awareness on foodborne disease prevention. Of course, we cannot exist without the safety of food. Safety of food is critical, and hence an important day to celebrate. So the celebration of the observation of this day promotes shared responsibility for food safety across the value chain, the food value chain. So the slogan of the World Food Safety Day is "Food safety is everyone's business," which was actually the first theme. In 2019, the first World Food Safety Day was celebrated, and the theme was "Food safety is everyone's business," which was then adopted as the slogan for the World Food Safety Day. And it really triggers all of us, across the value chain, from producers, processors, transporters, distributors, retailers, food handlers, and consumers across to contribute to food safety. So there are 5 calls to action in this, the spirit of food safety is everyone's business. And all of us, or the key entities in the value chain, have a responsibility. The governments are supposed to ensure that the food is safe through, of course, the legal framework of the country. Producers have a role in terms of growing safe food. You know, as they produce the food, they produce it by applying good agricultural practices and so on and so forth. Then the supply chain, because food, of course, moves across the value chain. They're supposed to keep it safe. And consumers need to know that it's safe. And they also have a role in keeping the food safe, the handling and the consumption. And they also need to know through the information provided to them, for example, through labeling, that the food is safe. And then all of us have a responsibility to team up and ensure food safety. So the next slide, please. The themes, so maybe just for us to appreciate the various themes since the first one in 2019 is as projected on the screen. We have in 2019 what I've mentioned, the slogan, food safety is everyone's business. Then we have, in 2020, the theme was the future for food safety is everyone's business. 2021, safe food today for a healthy tomorrow. 2022, safer food, better health. 2023, food standards saves lives. In 2024, the theme was food safety, prepare for the unexpected. The last year's theme was food safety, science in action. And this year, as you have heard from the MC and as you've seen across the different publicity that has been done, it is from burden to solutions, safe food everywhere. So the observation of the day is actually guided by the 2 organizations, FAO and WHO, and they issue annual communication materials, campaign toolkits, and so on, to just assist countries in ways in which they can be able to celebrate and observe this day by implementing various activities to just trigger people to gear towards safety of food. So they recommend a number of things. One is use of the official theme. So the official theme, of course, is given, and as well as hand in hand with the slogan. Then they encourage countries to run awareness campaigns and carry out events that are geared towards pushing people or calling out to the relevant persons to ensure safety of food. Another thing they recommend is engagement of stakeholders across the value chain and promotion of science-based safety practices. So next slide, please. So for this year, so in Kenya, we celebrated through a collaborative effort through the different multi-agencies that are partnering in the food industry or food sector. And we have, KEBS is one of the partners. We have other organizations which I will be indicating shortly. So this year, we have collaborated with these partners, and we are celebrating it this week. Kenya is observing it this week. So today we are having the first day. Okay, it's been happening with the different publicity, and we've tried to create awareness. However, officially today we are having this day observed here physically at KEBS, and we have our different stakeholders joining us here and joining us online. And then we have a virtual meeting tomorrow. Again, we will have different topics. We will be taken through that later on. On day 3, on Thursday, we shall have a virtual meeting where we all transition now and celebrate together as a region, where we will be having various presentations and general discussions around food safety, and the theme for this year in a webinar organized by the East African community. And then on the last day, on Friday, we shall be commemorating this day through a physical activity where we are all encouraged to convene at City Park Market to observe the day, where we will carry out a market cleanup exercise. So that is what has been planned for this year, and then we will observe the food safety day celebrations through the month of June. So our partners, these are the various partners that are working together towards this. We have the Ministry of Health, we have the Nairobi City County, we have the Ministry of Agriculture, we have the Ministry of Environment, we have PECPB, we have AAK Grow, we have KEBS, of course, and who are hosting this. We have CIP, we have YATA, we have KABI, we have KENAS, we have GAIN, we have World Food Program, we have Kenya Dairy Board, we have AFA, we have Nutrition International, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Denmark, we have the Micro Enterprises Support Program, Trust, Africa CDC, and CALRO, among others. So thank you very much for joining us, and I wish you all a lovely event. Thank you.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, when information is given to you freely, you appreciate greatly. Another round of applause, tafadhali, for Naomi Kitur. You know, when Naomi was trying to give us a brief overview of World Food Safety Day and, trying to make it really short, Naomi, I heard you say that Kenya is celebrating it this week. But since the theme is from burdens to solutions, it means that we are not just celebrating it this week. The solutions have to be implemented every day, right? So food safety is everyone's responsibility, right? Right? Yeah, when you talk about solutions, it's acting. So you have to respond and say, yes, right. Even when the speakers are going to present, you have to agree with it, because when you agree, then it's everyone's responsibility. So even as we get into a session of, a welcoming note from our host and from our distinguished guests today, as the MC, I'd like you to note 3 things. There's the power of 3, right? So at least with every speaker, pick something that works for you. So then that way we get to offer solutions. So we must understand these 3 critical things. That 1, food safety is a shared responsibility, from the farmer to the farmers who are here, to the trader, to the processor, regulators who are here, and ultimately the consumer. And the interesting part of it is that all of us, regardless of the role we play, are consumers. Man shall not live by bread alone. We are all consumers, right? So that's the first thing. Every link in the chain matters. So the second thing is that data and science are our strongest tools. I usually joke that it's a blessing to be living in the year 2026, when technology, artificial intelligence, things are being made easy, right? So from burdens to solutions, the year 2026 should offer greater solutions. So when we understand where the risks are, then we can have targeted, cost-effective actions that saves lives. And the third and final thing is that the cost of inaction is too high. And safe food is not just a health issue, it's an economic burden, it's a threat to trade, and a risk to national development. But think about it. When we say that consumers, everyone is involved in this, a simple act as hygiene, not washing your hand, those 3 consequences will find you. You'll probably not report to work, because we know why. You will have to go to the hospital. It has costed you. You see, there's a ripple effect. Thank you for the nodders in the room. I see you, and I see that you are accepting. But maybe we are not nodding as much because we've not heard from the host. And at this point, I'd like to invite the host, Director, Quality Assurance, representing the Managing Director, Dr. Murira. Please welcome the distinguished guests here today. Asanteni sana kwa makofi. Director, karibu sana. Thank you.
Thank you, Mercy. And distinguished guests and colleagues, good morning. Good morning once more. Yes, my name is Dr. Geoffrey Muriera. I'm the Director of Quality Assurance and Inspection here at KEBS. In Quality Assurance and Inspection, we carry out certification of products, manufactured products, locally, and those that we import. My responsibility here is very literal, to invite the Managing Director, who will be virtual, to make her remarks. But before I invite her, allow me to say something about World Food Safety Day, which is a very important day, as we've already been told. and why it matters to us today. Allow me delve deeply a little bit on what is safety. It comes as an idea and as a concept. First of all, as an idea, every idea has got its origin. And I want to take you back to the origin of the word safety from Latin, meaning uninjured, healthy, or sound. And of course, we have words evolving over time. It evolved, it went to French, only French, they started talking about protection, they started talking about preservation. Then it came to the English people, and it became now freedom from danger, injury, or damage. So you can see, even though we are talking of World Food Safety Day, the idea starting in 2018, it is an idea that has been there and a concept that has been there since very long time ago. Allow me to look at it as a concept. And you'll agree with me that in everything, human beings strive to be safe. And when you look at safety, how human beings can be safe is by having formalized guidelines. And that is why we have the likes of Codex, that is why we have the likes of ISO, that is why we have regulators represented here, and that is why we have industries. So as a concept, it is very important to know that industries, organizations, formalized the concept of safety. And even in ancient times, we have like the Hammurabi Code of around 1750 BC, which had even rules like the do's and the don't eat with unwashed hands. Those codes were there from very long time. So today, we are here to celebrate World Food Safety Day under the guidelines given to us by Codex, and this is very important for us. And the challenge that has been thrown to all of us is that we have a shared responsibility in whatever you do. And even as we were in MD's office with Dr. Patrick here and Dr. Rebecca, we were talking of the foodborne illnesses caused by various contaminants. And we are talking of the challenges we have with the informal sector. And even as we reflect on this theme, because we are talking of from burden to solutions, it is very important to think of how we can reduce that gap of the informal sector, of the informal everything that we do that affect food safety. And I think that is my message today. I want to welcome all of you to these celebrations. I want you to be part of providing solution to ensure that we reduce. You can never eliminate insecurity, 100%. You can never have zero, but we can have what we call acceptable risk. And that acceptable risk is what can keep us healthy, is what can lower the burden. Because we are talking of like 600 million illnesses every year, 420,000 deaths every year globally. A lot of money in terms of over $100 billion, USD dollars, in terms of economic loss. Countries are suffering because of food issues. So, because we are here to provide solutions, let us reflect on what those solutions and let us be the people to provide solutions. And with those remarks, I am going now to allow the speech for MD to play. Thank you very much.
Distinguished readers from the public and private sectors, development partners, members of the National Distinguished readers from the public and private sectors, development partners, members of the National Codex Committee, partners in food safety, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Every day in Kenya, millions of families begin their morning with trust. Trust that the milk poured into a child's cup is safe, that the vegetables bought in the market are free from harmful contamination, and that the food prepared in our homes across our country will nourish rather than harm. Yet, food safety is often invisible until something goes wrong. A child falling ill after a meal, produce rejected at export markets, contaminated products withdrawn from shelves, and businesses losing income because standards were not met. These realities remind us why World Food Safety Day matters. This year's theme, From Burdens to Solutions, Safe Food Everywhere, calls on us to rethink how we approach food safety. It reminds us that food safety is not simply about compliance or inspection. It is about protecting lives, strengthening livelihoods, supporting trade, and preserving public confidence. For many years, food safety has too often been viewed as a cost, a technical handle, or a regulatory burden. But today, we must recognize it for what it truly is, a national investment. Safe food strengthens healthcare systems by preventing diseases, strengthens our economy by opening markets, and strengthens trust between producers, businesses, regulators, and consumers. Ladies and gentlemen, Kenya's food systems are changing rapidly. Food now travels further and faster than ever before. A tomato harvested in Kirinyaga today may be sold tomorrow in Nairobi, Kampala, or Kigali. Milk collected from farmers in Meru reaches households across East Africa within days. Fish from Lake Victoria, grains from the Rift Valley, and horticultural produce from central Kenya all move through increasingly interconnected supply chains. But with this progress come new responsibilities. We continue to face challenges that are familiar to many developing economies. Post-harvest losses caused by poor handling, unsafe pesticide use, inadequate storage, counterfeit food products, weak traceability systems, and inconsistent food handling practices. We are also experiencing the growing effects of climate change, which continue to increase risks such as aflatoxin contamination in our staple foods. These are not abstract technical concerns. They affect public health, household incomes, food security, and Kenya's competitiveness in the regional and international trade. But importantly, these challenges are solvable. Solutions begin at the farm through good agricultural practices and responsible chemical use. They continue through proper transportation, cold chain management, hygienic processing, accurate measurements, and effective testing systems. They are sustained through informed consumers, accountable businesses, and strong regulatory oversight. Food safety is therefore not the responsibility of one institution alone. It is a shared system where every actor across the value chain matters. Ladies and gentlemen, at the Kenya Bureau of Standards, we continue to strengthen the systems that support safe food across the country through standards development, testing, inspection, certification, market surveillance, and stakeholder engagement. We are working to ensure that food system becomes part of everyday practice and not merely a response to crisis. A key pillar of this work is the National Codex Committee, coordinated through the National Codex Contact Point at the Kenya Bureau of Standards. This platform brings together government institutions, industry, academia, research bodies, and consumer representatives to ensure that Kenya participates actively in shaping international food standards while responding effectively to our local realities. The strength of this committee lies in collaboration. It ensures that our standards are scientifically sound, practical, and aligned to both consumer protection and market access. I want to extend my sincere appreciation to all members of the National Codex Committee for your continued technical contribution and commitment. I also wish to recognize our national technical committees whose expertise ensures that standards remain responsive to emerging risks, technological developments, and industry needs. To our inspection, laboratory, and market surveillance teams, I commend your vigilance and professionalism. Your work often happens quietly behind the scenes, but it is essential to protecting public health and maintaining confidence in our markets. Ladies and gentlemen, as we move forward, innovation must become part of our solutions. Technology now allows us to improve traceability, strengthen surveillance, enhance laboratory testing, and respond to risks more efficiently than ever before. Data-driven systems can help us identify problems earlier and act faster. But as we modernize, we must also remain inclusive. Small-scale farmers, small businesses, street food vendors, and informal market operators are a very critical part of Kenya's food system. Food safety systems must support them through training, awareness, and practical solutions rather than excluding them from participation. Safe food cannot exist only in large factories and export facilities. It must exist everywhere, in our open-air markets, in school feeding programs, in restaurants, and in supermarkets, in homes, and across every county of our republic. Ladies and gentlemen, the future we seek is achievable. A future where food safety is embedded in our culture, where compliance is understood not as a punishment but as a value, where consumers can trust the products they buy, where Kenyan food products continue to compete confidently in regional and global markets. As we engage in today's discussions, I encourage all of us to focus on practical and measurable action. Let us strengthen partnerships beyond this forum and commit ourselves to solutions that are sustainable, science-based, and people-centered. Because ultimately, food safety is not only about standards. It is about dignity, public health, economic resilience, and trust. Let this World Food Safety Day renew our collective commitment to ensuring that every Kenyan, regardless of location or income, has access to safe food. If we work together with consistency, accountability, and shared purpose, we will transform our food safety from a burden into a national solution. I wish you very fruitful deliberations and impactful outcomes. Thank you very much. May God bless you all. May God bless Kenya. Asanteni sana.
Thank you, thank you. Another round of applause for the Managing Director, Kenya Bureau of Standards. Thank you, Director, for your sentiments. You tell us that instructions did not start yesterday. Do not eat without washing your hands. Were part of the standards that were there long before. So welcome. I see you, the Director Wahome Kinguru, who's representing the PS industry. Karibu sana. Thank you for joining us. At this time, distinguished participants of the World Food Safety Day, I'd like to introduce the next speaker, who is also joining us virtually, and that's the chair of the Codex Alimentarius Committee, Dr. Alan Azegele. Dr. Alan Azegele is a distinguished veterinary professional and a food safety leader, currently serving as the Director of Veterinary Services, DVS, here in Kenya, under the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development. He is also Kenya's delegate to the World Organization for Animal Health, and has played a pivotal role in advancing animal health, food safety, and international trade standards. Dr. Azegele has been actively involved in the work of Codex Alimentarius Commission, the joint FAO and WHO body responsible for developing international food standards. He served as vice chairperson for the Codex Alimentarius Commission before being unanimously elected as its 21st chairperson in November 2024, becoming the first Kenyans are known for this, becoming the first Kenyan to hold this prestigious global position. Makofi, even before he starts his, thank you. At this point, just to cue, we'll hear from Dr. Alan Azegele. Tunaweza
Representative of the Principal Secretary for Industrialization, the Managing Director, Kenya Bureau of Standards, distinguished delegates, allow me to ride on the already established protocols. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my great honor and privilege to join you this morning during the national celebrations of the World Food Safety Day 2026. I want to congratulate the organizing committee for bringing together food safety stakeholders to commemorate this day. I would like to convey apologies from the Principal Secretary, State Department for Livestock Development, Honorable Jonathan Mweke, who could not be with you due to exigencies of work and sent me to represent him. I also want to convey the warmest greetings and best wishes from myself as the chairperson of the Codex Alimentarius Commission and Director of Veterinary Services, as well as my fellow vice chairs, Khalid Arzarani, Dr. Tian Jing, and Dr. Betul Vesgeshar. I'm greatly honored to join you in commemorating this day, themed From Burdens to Solutions, Safe Food Everywhere. This theme calls upon all stakeholders to move beyond recognizing the challenges posed by unsafe food and to focus on practical, science-based solutions that ensure safe food for all. Food safety is a fundamental pillar of public health, food security, economic development, and sustainable food systems. Safe food contributes to healthier populations, improved livelihoods, consumer confidence, and increased opportunities for domestic and international trade. Despite significant progress in food safety management, foodborne diseases remain a major global public health challenge. According to the World Health Organization, approximately 600 million people worldwide, nearly 1 in 10 people, fall ill every year due to contaminated food, resulting in an estimated 420,000 deaths annually. Children under 5 years of age bear a disproportionate share of this burden, accounting for almost 1/3 of all foodborne diseases deaths. Beyond the human cost, unsafe food results in substantial economic losses through reduced productivity, increased healthcare expenditures, food waste, loss of consumer confidence, and disruptions to trade and tourism. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the World Bank and the World Health Organization estimate that unsafe food costs low and middle-income countries up to $110 billion every year in medical expenses and lost productivity. Indeed, the burden of foodborne diseases is particularly significant in developing countries, where weaknesses in food control systems, inadequate infrastructure, limited awareness, and emerging food safety risks continue to challenge public health and economic growth. In Kenya, food safety is closely linked to national priorities, including food and nutrition security, public health protection, agricultural transformation, value addition, export competitiveness, and achievement of sustainable development goals. Strengthening food safety systems is, therefore, an investment both in national development and the well-being of citizens. The theme of this year's celebration highlights the importance of transforming these burdens into solutions through collaboration, innovation, and effective governance. Central to this effort is the work of the Codex Alimentarius Commission, which was established jointly by Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations and the World Health Organization to protect consumer health and ensure fair practices in food trade. For more than 6 decades, Codex has developed internationally recognized food standards, guidelines, and codes of practice that provide scientific foundation for food safety regulation and trade worldwide. Codex standards play a critical role in addressing contemporary food safety challenges. They support governments in developing effective food control systems, guide industry in implementing best practices, and provide consumers with greater confidence in safety and quality of food. Codex work covers key areas including food hygiene, food labeling, contaminants, pesticide residues, veterinary drug residues, antimicrobial resistance, nutrition, and food import and export inspection systems. Through these standards, Codex helps countries harmonize regulations, reduce trade barriers, and promote safe and fair trade. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I want to recognize that Kenya has been an active participant in the Codex process and has benefited significantly from the adoption and application of Codex standards. These standards have strengthened national food safety frameworks, enhanced consumer protection, supported risk-based regulatory approaches, and improved access to regional and international markets. Continued engagement in Codex activities remains essential as the country seeks to modernize its food systems and strengthen its competitiveness in the global marketplace. As we celebrate World Food Safety Day, we must recognize that solutions require collective action. Governments must strengthen food safety policies and regulatory systems. Industry must invest in food safety culture and compliance. Scientists must continue generating evidence for decision-making, and consumers must remain informed and vigilant. Investments in surveillance, laboratory capacity, digital technologies, food safety education, and international cooperation are critical to reducing the burden of foodborne diseases. Let this World Food Safety Day serve as a reminder that safe food is a shared responsibility and a shared benefit. By embracing science-based standards, strengthening partnerships, and implementing practical solutions, we can build resilient food systems that protect health, support economic growth, and ensure that safe food is available everywhere for everyone. The challenge before us is clear: to transform food safety burdens into lasting solutions that improve lives today and for the future generations. I wish you all a great World Food Safety Day. Thank you for your attention.
Another round of applause for the chair, Dr. Alan Azegele. And I like that speaker after speaker, they reinforce the message that the theme, from burden to solution, is a shared Index 1, exceeding expectations. And I was told in CBC there's exceeding expectations 1, and then there's exceeding expectations 2. So at the end of this meeting, I'm hoping that everyone will be exceeding expectation. This is the crowd right here to bring the theme to life, from burdens to solution. Without further ado, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome the representative of the PS industry, Director Wahome Kinguru. Makofi sana. He'll share his remarks before we get into the conversation.
Yes, hamjambo. Habari ya mwaka mpya. Happy New Year. You know, we've never met in life with most of you, so if you are meeting for the first time, yes, I'm seeing a professor here from Nairobi University. He taught me many years ago. Kimana. Are you the one? Kinama. How are you? So you see your product standing in front of you. How do you feel? Prof, how do you feel when I'm standing in front of you addressing you, your student? So it's also part of security. Thank you. So it's also part of security. Well, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I recognize the protocols that were set before I came here. Just want to make sure that I follow them. My name is Kinguru Wahome. I work for State Department for Industry. I'm representing the PS, Dr. James Juma, Mukhwana. I may not pronounce the word the way it's supposed to be. I like anytime I start talking to people to make a request or a disclaimer. One is about the way I pronounce words. We are the generation that went to school where grammar, English was not a big subject to be taught. So long as you could write small English, it was allowed. Those are many years ago. Number two is I'm trying to fit in the shoes of my peers who could not make it to be with you today because of exigencies of work. Actually, he is out of the country. And if you see the program, it was supposed to be presented by Professor Gatebe. He is also out of the country on matters of national interest. I may not have so many words because I was informed to come and represent them about 30 minutes ago. So I was trying to find out when I came here whether there was a written speech I would probably go through. So in absence of a speech, and having said that I was in school, that we went to schools and schooled in, they are called, you call them polling centers. But unfortunately, I can find myself here. So I may not miss many words. I've been in the government in a number of sectors for many years. And I'm very proud to present the PS. And I would say, on behalf of the State Department for Industry, and recognizing the representative as here, as the MD has talked. I'm hearing the DG Carlo is represented. I can't tell which face, and I would tell whoever is representing him. We've been in the same space for many years. I'll mention something I did. By training, I'm an agriculturalist. When the professor taught me, I was doing a course on agricultural resource, and he taught me something on soil. So it's still actually probably the roots of what you are doing today. If you look at the whole value chain, you are at the tail end of that value chain. The security now is, I don't know what security we are talking here, because we start with from production is security. Having been in that agricultural production sector, I was there for 16 years. So there are many things that I know about those securities. And at my young age in the government, I worked, when I was in agriculture, actually, at one time, I used to call myself a senior district crops officer. So in issues of production, when there was this challenge of aflatoxin, when the Minister for Agriculture was Honorable Kiro, I was on the desk that was trained on Manenos on aflatoxin, and you know what happened. At the State Department, we are very proud of what KEBS does. We can see the output. We read about many things that happens here, and we are very proud of you, and this one being of them. I also want to mention on issues about standards, and for you to have food safety, issues about standard comes number one. I want to mention a gentleman, one of your directors in KEBS, and actually he took me through when I joined the State Department of Industry about 8 years ago on issues of standards. And one of the key things, he took me like 3 days. We sat with him in his office. That is Engineer Rukoruto. I said, I know I have not pronounced it well. Huh? Where I come from, R's and L's means the same thing. So I'm proud of, as a person of that. The other thing, say, when I was that young in the government and issues of food security, my approach, because I used to train on food security, that is purposely not even in nutrition, I used to ask a question. And I'll ask it here. If today you are told you can walk naked, would you? I have had 1 year from a lady. I didn't expect it to come from a lady. It's very hard for ladies to accept that, but for men, is it possible for somebody to walk naked? Are you? I can see a young man here with gray hair like me, nodding like an Asian. You see Asians do this when they mean yes. He's saying no. So most people would say, I cannot do that. I cannot do that. Then we go to the next point. If you go for 2-3 days without food, what will happen? You are told, I used to tell this, and ladies, I said ladies, yeah? You are put in a queue. There is a queue for men between here. 1 kilometer, you are told there is food at the end of the channel. Will you? Then somebody thinks twice and say yes. The comfort that you are always in, or the village of thought that we came from always makes us to think that we can do that other thing that you see other people doing. So I used to tell people, things that we do are circumstantial. Even being seated here is circumstantial. Being alive is a circumstantial. Even me studying here is circumstantial. We may interpret it the way we interpret it, but that is the way. And that's how I believe in. Then, after agriculture, I moved to environment. We used to be told in that sector that we are dealing with food to come to food security. That the most critical sector is agriculture. For us, I think you are the director representing Carol. Is it true that food or agriculture is the most critical sector in life? Is it? Before you come to that security, is it? When I moved from agriculture and started seeing things in the bigger picture, the same circumstances, I started seeing things differently. Those many years initially, we used to define food security as defined by FAO, as the affordability, the accessibility of quality food. So production is not defined anywhere as part of food security. Even when you are doing it here, are you providing, as you define it even here, is production part of food security as the way you define it here today? Same thing, circumstances. And how I started reasoning is, Saudi Arabia, how much food do they produce? Are they food secure? Are they food secure? But we say here, what population do we say proportion of the population are in a day-to-day employed in food production? And food production for this matter means agriculture. And agriculture for my purpose is as defined in agriculture, not as for political expedience. So now we are in the next level. We come to standards. Why do we do standards? Why? We are in caves. I've seen a lady who was in caves many years. Oh. Why do we study? Daktari, why do you do standards? And specifically for food. It has been outlined by the CEO, and we do it also for purpose of making sure that, I want to imagine it was mentioned probably before I came on board. It's also to be accepted across the world. If you have coffee today because we produce our coffee today, the farmer who comes from where we come from, can he access the US market? Will he? So that is acceptability in many terms. So, it's a challenge for us to ensure food safety and ensure that those incidences that can lead to any loss of livelihood, irrespective of the way you look at it, is avoided from production, markets, disruption of trade, and then reputation. And reputation in many places you realize is quite critical, because if our coffee coming from here goes to Europe, in that market, then it is said it has this standard problem. Will it find its market where it's supposed to be in that market? We need to answer those questions. So, I didn't have a written speech, but I want to imagine. It's good that all of us are here, and we ensure that Kenyans are food secure in terms of from production and quality. I remember when this mentioned, when there was that issue, that was around 2006, 2007, aflatoxin. There's a statement that came from within here. The MD said it, and if you look at today our health, probably it's as a result of what happened then. Let's avoid that. I may not state it here. And for you to have that very clean food on the table, it starts from production. I read somewhere, I don't know how sure it is, it was about sugar. Brazil produces sugar, and a lot of it. And when you go to the market, you'll find their product would be of that quality. So when Professor taught us human and soil, and he told me something about humus. And humus, we are told, is an inert material, but when you're in high school, you are told it's totally different. He told us this: sugarcane is used for cleaning soil. Then we find it on the table. Then Dr. Murima is, I'm forgetting the name. Kiri? Mulila. I don't know, it doesn't. So, because I know where he sits, that sugar will come here with, it's used for cleaning soil, specifically for mercury. And you realize all sectors cuts across and are related. Sugarcane is used for cleaning soil, to clean mercury. And the artisanal mercury harvesting is a big business in Brazil. So what happens? We go to the market because we want cheap things. Anyway, let me not talk too much. Sometimes I talk like a politician, but I'm not a politician. But when I'm this field, I'm a politician. I want to say we are once again proud of what KEBS does. And I usually say, do what is expected of you. Give the recommendations, the advisories that are needed. Pass them to the next person, the next office. The decision that takes place from there is not yours. So, I'm happy to join you, and I'll sit here for some hours. I'll make sure that I have a few minutes with the prof to touch base with what has been happening in life. So, with those many remarks, thank you. What do you want me to go and tell the PS when I'm back? Huh? Nimusalimie? Sawa sawa. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Wahome. Just to note, when you asked that what should you tell the PS, when you go back to see him, I heard Danset saying solutions, commitment, that the people in this room are committed to bring the theme to life, from burdens to solutions. Of course, na salamu. Sindio? Makofi tafadhali to Director Wahome. Thank you so much. Thank you. And in this next session, thank you. Your remarks from the speakers who've spoken in this morning session have now set the tone for why we're here, from burdens to solution. And distinguished guests, today then we look at food safety in formal markets. And this next set of speakers, the two of them who are CEOs, and leading at the front, will lead us in a conversation of from compliance, burdens, to competitive advantage. And I'd like to introduce the next speaker who will join us shortly on stage. She's the CEO of MEP. I hope you'll give us the short form for that. MEST. So the P is silent. MEST, nothing is silent. So Ms. Rebecca Amukoye is the Chief Executive Officer of the Micro Enterprise Support Program Trust, MESPT, Asante kwa makofi, a leading development organization in Kenya focused on agricultural value chain development, financial inclusion, enterprise growth, and climate-smart agriculture. She is widely recognized for her commitment to sustainable agriculture, enterprise development, climate resilience, and inclusive economic transformation in Africa. Makofi for CEO Rebecca Amukoye. Karibu sana. To give us your remarks.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I stand on the protocols already observed. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning once again. Yes, I come from Micro Enterprises Support Program Trust. We like to say it in full just to avoid the challenges in the pronunciation of the abbreviations. Representatives from the various ministries represented here, Ladies and gentlemen, and all delegates, good morning once again. I'm very glad to be here this morning to commemorate the World Food Safety Day 2026 under the global theme From Burden to Solutions, Safe Food Everywhere. Allow me to begin by congratulating Kenya Bureau of Standards, the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Agriculture, Nairobi City Council, development partners, private sector actors, and all stakeholders gathered here for their continued commitment to strengthening food safety system in Kenya. Food safety is often discussed as a regulatory requirement, and too often producers, processors, aggregators, and traders view food safety standards as additional costs, paperwork, inspections, audits, and compliance obligations. But today I would like to challenge that narrative. Food safety is not a burden. Food safety is a business strategy. It is a market access strategy. And it is also a competitiveness strategy. And increasingly, food safety is a survival strategy for businesses seeking to participate in formal markets. Globally, consumers are becoming more conscious about what they eat, where food comes from, and how it is handled. Retailers are becoming more demanding. Export markets are becoming more stringent, and governments are strengthening regulations. Investors are increasingly evaluating environmental, social, and governance risks across supply chains. As a result, compliance with food safety standards is no longer optional. The question is no longer whether businesses should comply. The question is whether businesses can use compliance as a competitive advantage. Those who embrace food safety are securing access to premium markets, building consumer trust, reducing losses, attracting investment, and strengthening business resilience. Those who fail to do so risk exclusion from formal supply chains altogether. And I think you can attest to me that the speakers who spoke before me have really stressed on the fact that compliance is not really a burden and should not be looked at as a regulatory burden. It should be looked at as a strategy, as a business competitive edge that businesses should have. When we talk about food safety, we often focus on preventing foodborne diseases. While this remains critically important, the business case is equally compelling. Safe food creates business value. It improves product quality. It reduces post-harvest losses. It minimizes recalls and reputational damage. It strengthens traceability. It increases shelf life. It improves buyer confidence. And ultimately, it increases profitability. For suppliers to supermarkets and institutional buyers, food safety is increasingly becoming the ticket to entry. Retail chains are no longer buying products alone. They are buying assurance. They are buying consistency. They are buying traceability. They are buying confidence that consumers will receive safe products every day. At Micro Enterprises Support Program Trust, we have had a privilege of supporting thousands of smallholder farmers, agribusinesses, cooperatives, processors, and market actors across Kenya. Through our recently completed AgriFi food safety program that we implemented with the support from the European Union and the government of Denmark, we worked extensively to strengthen food safety system within horticulture and other agricultural value chains. One of the key lessons we learned is that many producers initially viewed food safety requirements as obstacles. As they viewed much of the standards as obstacles, certification costs were considered high, record keeping was viewed as a cumbersome process, and traceability systems appeared complicated. Compliance audits were feared, and I can attest to that. When we were preparing our farmers for global GAP certification, some for organic certification, they were so stressed. They felt like it was complicated, it was cumbersome. However, once businesses understood the market opportunities associated with compliance, their perspective changed dramatically. Businesses that invested in food safety were able to access high-value markets. They established stronger relationships with buyers, they reduced rejection rates, they improved operational efficiency, and most importantly, they became more competitive, and food safety ceased being a cost and it became an investment. Today, MEST continues to advance the agenda through the Green Employment in Agriculture program, our ongoing program in partnership with the Republic of Denmark. And across several counties, we are supporting farmers, producer organizations, SMEs, and market actors to strengthen sustainable agricultural production while improving access to markets. One emerging lesson from the Green Employment program that we are currently implementing is that green growth and food safety are inseparable. Climate change is increasing food safety risks. Rising temperatures increases the likelihood of pest infestations and contamination. Erratic rainfall affects harvesting and storage practices. And poor post-harvest management contributes to food losses and quality deterioration. As we support climate-smart agriculture, regenerative agriculture, sustainable production systems, and green enterprises, food safety must remain central to all our interventions. Safe food systems are resilient food systems. Resilient food systems are competitive food systems. Formal markets play a critical role in transforming food systems, and I'm sure Barire will be speaking to that when her time comes. Supermarkets, processors, exporters, institutional buyers, hotels, restaurants, modern retail outlets provide stable demand and structured market opportunities. However, participation in these markets requires consistency. Buyers need confidence that products meet standards every single time. I think if we can recall from the speech from the managing director for KEBS, she's concerned that, yes, there are controls, there are standards that govern food safety within the formal markets. But are we sure that the food that ends up in our schools is safe for our children? What codes of practice or standards have we put in place to make sure that the quality and safety of food that ends up in our schools is safe? I think that's a challenge that all of us in this room should be able to begin to ponder about. Buyers need confidence that products meet standards every single time. This is why traceability, hygiene, quality assurance systems, and food safety management practices are becoming increasingly important. Rather than seeing these requirements as barriers, producers should view them as tools that enable long-term commercial relationships. A farmer who can demonstrate compliance is more likely to secure repeat contracts. A cooperative that can guarantee quality is more likely to negotiate better prices. A processor that can assure safety is more likely to attract investors and expand into new markets. Therefore, to achieve this transformation, we must move beyond compliance-driven approaches and focus on building competitive food systems. And this requires action across the entire value chain. Government agencies must continue strengthening regulatory systems while supporting compliance. Development partners like MEST must continue investing in capacity building and market system strengthening. Private sector actors must support suppliers to improve standards rather than simply excluding non-compliant producers. Research institutions like KALRO here must continue generating innovations that reduce compliance costs. Financial institutions must recognize food safety investments as productive investments and provide affordable financing solutions. And producers themselves must embrace continuous improvement. Food safety cannot be achieved by one actor alone. It requires a coordinated action across the ecosystem. So technology is creating unprecedented opportunities to strengthen food safety. If you look at digital traceability, for example, has provided great opportunities in strengthening food safety. Mobile-based quality assurance tools, smart storage solutions, rapid testing technologies. I think There's a speaker who came before me who spoke about aflatoxin. Now we have rapid testing tools that we can be able to quickly test the quality of our cereals, for example. But how much of that is being used? And I'm very much concerned, especially to our open air markets, what ends up in the open air markets and also what ends up in the school. Just how safe is that? And yet most of us really get our food in those particular places. These innovations are making compliance easier, more affordable, and more accessible. The future of food safety will increasingly be digital. The businesses that adopt these innovations will enjoy significant competitive advantages. Ladies and gentlemen, as we celebrate World Food Safety Day 2026, let us shift our mindset. Let us stop asking, how much does compliance cost? And start asking, what opportunities does compliance unlock? Let us stop viewing food safety as a regulatory burden. Let us recognize it is a driver of competitiveness, market access, investment, and sustainable growth. If Kenya is to strengthen its position in regional and global markets, food safety must become a core business priority. The future belongs to producers and enterprises that can consistently deliver safe, high-quality, traceable products. The future belongs to food systems that build consumer trust. The future belongs to those who transform standards into opportunities. At MESPT, we remain committed to working with government, private sector actors, development partners, research institutions, farmer cooperatives, SMEs to build safer, greener, more competitive food systems that create jobs, improve livelihoods, and contribute to national economic growth. Together, let us move from compliance to competitiveness. Together, let us move from burden to solutions. And together, let us ensure food safety everywhere. Thank you so much, and I'm so glad to be here this morning. Thank you.
I think that deserves another round of applause. Yes. Thank you, Madam Rebecca, for your remarks. You know, when you were speaking, I was telling myself, I hope people know that we are live on our Facebook page and our YouTube page so that you can share these really good insights. And I like that you wrap up your remarks with a shift of mindset, because when you say that food safety should not be viewed as obstacles, but as strategy and using compliance to a competitive advantage, that food safety in itself can grow your business. It's not a hurdle, indeed, from burdens to solution. And I like how your remarks are a change of mindset from burdens to solutions. So I'll just allow you for 1 second right now to check our Facebook page and share. Sinyime mutu information. Share this to a farmer who thinks probably food safety is a burden. Somebody who thinks, these standards, and you know even the standards that like the KEBS mark now, if you have a certified product, it can travel across borders without, being tested again. So the world is working towards from burden to solution, right? Distinguished participants, right? Yes, makofi tena tafadhali for those really, really great insights. And it doesn't stop there. We get to hear again from another expert, still on food safety in formal markets, from compliance burdens to competitive advantage. Our next speaker, if I could read a brief bio, is Dr. Patrick Ketiem, who's the Director General, Kenya Agricultural and Livestock Research Organization, CARLO. Dr. Patrick is the DG, as mentioned. He's a premier a premier public agricultural research institution responsible for the coordination of agricultural and livestock research. He oversees the development and translation of agricultural research technologies, innovations, and management practices to accelerate Kenya's sustainable development, food security, and community livelihoods. Dr. Ketiem has over 2 decades of scientific career in agricultural research. Director said he was in agriculture, but I think a decade is now, a bit more of that, in agricultural research, contributing widely to national policies, food security, and rural transformation agendas. His recent ascent to the helm of the institution was a clear testament of his deep scientific expertise, visionary strategic leadership, and unwavering commitment to harness the power of agricultural research and innovation to propel transformation in Kenya's food systems and rural economy. And that, distinguished participants, is just a tip of the iceberg of the kind of experience and expertise the CEO will bring into this presentation. Makofi tafadhali as Carol shares its presentation. Karibu DG.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Say hi to your colleague and ask whether he's safe. Yeah. Thank you very much for that very elaborate introduction. I'm really glad to be here. Distinguished guests, fellow scientists, policymakers, champions of agricultural transformation across the continent. Good morning. Indeed, I'm very delighted to join you on this very important day of celebrating the World Food Safety Day, organized under the auspices of Codex and coordinated by CAPS. I used to be a member of Codex on research on environment. So CALRO is indeed values this very important meeting and indeed very committed to the reality dreams of an elder population. The story of food safety is real, but sometimes it's painful. And I'll tell you why. And today, in this meeting, I look forward that we will take time to have a candid reflection. Sometimes the story told by conferences means a lot, but the story could be deeper than that. So we require some candid reflection, some kind of honesty, but more importantly, some kind of commitment. Speak from the words. That is a reminder why we are here today, this morning. And hopefully that the conversation would be very real. As being introduced, I've spent some time in a agricultural space. I've watched smallholder farmers produce food. I've painfully witnessed the same farmers get their food rejected. I don't want to say it's CAPS, but you know who rejects the food. So I don't know. But occasionally, I've also seen the same farmers dispose the same food as waste. Just because the food issues is missing a certificate, possibly from CAPS, but beyond the eyes. See, the first certificate is the eye. The second certificate is from CAPS. So therefore, I want to ask you, even as we sit in this discussion, to candidly take a reflection today, possibly chart a way forward, and more importantly, we prioritize to walk the talk. I think this is where the pain comes, walking the talk, walking the talk. So we've gathered to talk about food safety in formal markets. But let's not resist the temptation to frame this discussion, regulatory conversation. Let's move from there. Food safety is not about rules. It's not about labs. It's not about the test kits that researchers always use. It's more about compliance, checklist. It's about human dignity. It's about life matters. Market access by the farmer, the trader, the exporter, and more importantly, it's about income. I believe when we all talk about this compliance, from the farmer, it's about income, what comes up. I am sure nobody would go through a process because it's complicated, but it's because he needs to get an income. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to shed some true picture, particularly of the country and the continent. Africa loses up to 110 billion USD annually on post-harvest losses. 110 billion. And even as we organize to do a Binance bill, ask yourself what is 110 billion. It serves, possibly could make that community you come from another story of development. And these losses is because sometimes it's about food safety failures. Kenya alone, we lose 30 to 40% of annual harvest. Do a percentage. You can go to the farm, get your produce, but at the end of it, you lose 40%. I think that's the pain I want us to do, to dive in, so that we can be able to get the story. The World Health Organization estimates that 1 in 10 people globally fall ill each year from meeting unsafe food. And this results to around 420 deaths, and majority of these statistics come from Africa. More importantly, it may not be from you guys seated here, but I can assure you it is the vulnerable members of the society, the children who are innocent, and the elderly who have no choice. And yet, this is the paradox we hear. Africa is the continent with the greatest agricultural potential. All our development partners are running to Africa to make an inch. We have up to 60% of the world's uncultivated arable land. Our biodiversity is really unmatched. Therefore, our institutions like universities, the National Agricultural Research Systems, just like CALRO, KEPS, are only producing the world-class science. I am sure I have some knowledge about KEPS. We have a lot of labs, a lot of statistics, data, a lot of routine systems. Yet, we are producing brilliant professors. Hi, professor, from, I hear to the professor. We're producing brilliant professors whose major roles are counting the number of publications in referee channels, in conferences, full of knowledge, the passion, and the vision of where the continent needs to move, where the country needs to move. I really want to salute you. Even as we sit here, we have that characteristics. We are full of knowledge, we have the passion and the vision. Yet, this is the paradox. Yet the farmers who are driving the economy of our countries are making losses. What a painful discussion. You all know how this, and that's why I ask you, are you safe? The greatest insecurity today is not from the bullet. It's not from the bullet. it is far from the bullet. Many times this country have declared the country unsafe, food insecurity. This is the normality of our country. Every year, Waweru will tell you, and people in government tell you, governments are always tempted to declare the nation food insecure. You know that. You know that. Even one day, we had to carry some sufurias just to take the message home. And we are just 100, I think we've crossed 55 mark in population. I always get so hearted to realize that India is 1.5 billion in population. So 1.5 billion. Ask yourself, have you heard them declaring India to be in a food crisis? 1.5 billion. Could you imagine Kenya moving to 200 million population? I wonder what would be the story. Therefore, I'm asking you, delegates and scientists, policymakers seated in this room, that we need to ask ourselves the hard questions. The hard questions. Not only hard, but also candid answers. We have treated food safety as a burden, a tax on doing business, hope and charm. We've made it an enemy for farmers. I'm sure when they see no certificate, including the traders, they run away, they close the shops. I always witness the people in the counties, when they move with those things, people close the shops, not because of anything, it's because of compliance. Is that the world we need to move? So we are making institutions enemies of business, rather than being the greatest tool for economic empowerment. So today I want us to reframe the real picture. And just to inform you that KALRO, being the agency for the state agency in charge of, in the Ministry of Agriculture, our mandate is to conduct research. We develop that technology, innovation, that would end up transforming the agricultural sector. We generate knowledge that improves the livelihood, ensure that the food and nutritional security are achieved, and more importantly, drive sustainable economic growth. So therefore, food safety remains our pillar and a part of our mandate. Since as we develop the varieties, researchers, we always look at higher yield. Are we getting yield in this variety? Are we creating a better drought-resistant crop that has the potential to tolerate climate? But we are also looking at stronger nutritional profiles. The journey is not complete for us until we make sure that food in the table, eaten by consumers, are safe. We are concerned, so as much as possible, from the seed to the table. So as we even work with our development partners, so many of them, from the CGs, from many of them, including CAPS, ILRI, IITA, across the research ecosystem, our main focus is to ensure that we have safe and nutritional meal on the table. Therefore, food safety concerns is well integrated in our research agenda. It informs our work, particularly when we are looking at integrated pest management, issues of mycotoxin controls, good agricultural practices, and many others. It shapes our agenda with value chains, actors, from the seed to the table. Therefore, food safety should become a strategic tool, a gateway to market, and a competitive differentiator. That's why I want us to shift the focus so that anytime we discuss about food safety, it becomes a tool. It should not be a detractor. I want to explain further on that today, the high food safety standards set by KEBS, I am not sure that, possibly are costly and disadvantaging the smallholder farmers in business. You know the statistics. The other day we were with the PS, and he says, never, we want to stop this narrative. And I know you know them. The narrative of saying, Kenya, agriculture constitutes, where you mentioned that, agriculture constitutes how many? How many percentage? You know, we always say this story. Agriculture contributes 80%. So mnajua hiyo? It's 23 of GDP. You know, that story needs to change. You work it up, and if you are a student, you can mention that in terms of this. But we may need to change. But for sure, 8% of our food is produced by the smallholder farmers. So major markets like food stores, supermarkets, export markets, and other institutional requirements, procurement, that are done by institutions, they require high standards of supplies, which is true. Yet key factors that have not been built the capacity of farmers who are producing those food. We say majority of our population, smallholder farmers, are producing food that goes to supermarkets, export markets, even the one institutions are procuring. They are produced by smallholder farmers. One hand, we put the standard so high, yet at the other end, we are not building the capacity of that farmer to understand what those standards would mean. So we must make sure the key actors which have not built the capacity of smallholder, the largest producers of our produce. But we must also make sure we cushion them and guide them on the required standards. The truth of the matter is, we cannot achieve food safety until, I think I want to emphasize, until the key actors are on the table. Those are the farmers. Last week we were in Mwea, rice, and we were calculating the cost of consumption of rice in a day is around 2,000 tons, not 4,000. And the ministry was trying to mop the available rice in Mwea, and we found it could only consume 2 days. That's why sometimes we may be able to jam in a music. At a government level, people are planning for the sustainability of a country, possibly the consumption of major produce for a month, 3 months, quarterly. Yet, we are not able to comprehend. And we sometimes say we have shortages. What's true is because we've not understood what the shortages is all about. So we must bring these actors into the table. We need to legislate favorable policies, but more importantly, support the major actors. So I want to take you to a small reflection, possibly in Nairobi or where you stay, about some major markets. Where are the major markets in Nairobi? Muthurwa, Sendia, have you visited? Sometimes these stories you say, who has visited Muthurwa market? I look for the food safety team needs to visit there to get the reality, to move from the story to reality. Go to major market. You know, when you talk about major markets, you talk about Naivas. You talk about, you talk about the major markets. Go to Muthurwa, then come for this conference. I look forward that this team would have needed to visit, so that when they are taking the story in this room, they are visualizing the reality. Kwa Western wanasema vitu vije, things kwa ground tofauti. And I think it is good to accept. The earlier you accept, the better we make a good narrative. So in Nairobi, where major agricultural produce are being sold, what is the status of food safety there? Even before coming to this conference. I look for this is a story you need to tell. The reality of the story is that in this room, what we are saying and what is outside there are two worlds, but we live in the same country. The food safety are not matching. We have a huge gap to address. Therefore, we must find practical measures to achieve our intention of food safety nation. I was asking myself, if you are an inspector in Kenya Bureau, and you are inspecting on issues of safety, and there is no safety, where is the ethical balance? Where is the ethical balance? As a professional, your job is to ensure you develop standards on food safety. But there is no safety. Or put the other story. You are supposed to be an agronomist, but there is no agronomic work being delivered. So where is the balance? And possibly this should be the other moral question, the ethical part of it. Do we reconcile the story of the mouth and the heart? You know, I was told that there are two hearts. I don't know, there were two hearts. There's the heart, in fact, there's one book saying, what the mouth and the brain and the heart, for you to have a success story, they must reconcile. What the head, I want to say this. No, the heart says, no, that one is a dangerous one. But I say, I want to move. The mind says, make a decision, can we move? No, the heart says, no, it's dangerous. If those two are not in concurrence, I can assure you there is no success. It's food for thought. In fact, some of our consumers, the other side of the story is we have consumers today that are becoming more alert, more sensitive to what they are eating. Where we get sensitivity, I don't know. Possibly from the hospital, possibly from the news. Even there are rice from China in good faith. I don't know whether the Chinese here, in good faith. That are very good. They are plastic. You hit and you can consume everything. Those stories are putting us to some sensitivity. But in terms of what we hit, we are asking, where are these food coming from? We are in a climate drought area. Sometimes we experience a lot of dry spell, drought experience. But you are seeing some very nice skuma wiki in the market. Then you keep asking yourself, where are these coming from? No rain for the last 6 months. How was this food produced? If you are somebody, you can ask yourself so many questions. And sometimes you even do away with that food, no matter good it is. We are demanding traceability. These are the market parameters of a consumer, which forms part and parcel of a critical parameters for consideration. Allow me to share a small story East Africa, we say we consume a lot of grain. Senekweli? Consume a lot of mahindi. Bila mahindi, if we have no maize grain, no food, even if we have so many fish. Senor? But have we also thought what it entails for these grains? So I want to shed some few lights, but I'm touching on maize. And this is because of the case of aflatoxins. And people are creating a lot of myths, narratives, everything. A good story is, and I know everyone is coming from a maize growing area. So Nikweli, even if it's not there, you've seen farmers growing maize. Have you seen farmers how today do the post-harvest handling? They are drying. Wakiweka kwa gunia wanaekanga nini? Wanini mnatoka wapi? What do they do? I thought they are putting for preservation. What do they do? So wanaweka dawa. In fact, wanasemanga wanaweka nini? Na kwa hiyo dawa kuna mdudu unaitwa nini? Osama. Sijui hata watu wamejiita majina. Kumasikia Osama? And farmers have been threatened by this Osama. Agronomists say you put these kind of, they always a dose, you know, a dose. For one bag you put how many? 5 ml, something, 5 grams. Today, that's not the story of farmers. They say Osama is becoming too tough. Even if you put those things, yeah? And so farmers go and buy what we call Actelic. They buy ingine inaitwa nini? Somo. You know all those products. What's the color of those products? They are white. They are white. So wanaenda koroka huko, wanafunga. 2 months down the line, wanaenda fungua hiyo mahindi. Wanapeleka nini? Kishaki. So ni kweli? In the agricultural practice and protocols, you say when you remove maize, after putting those Actelic, you need to sun dry for, say, 3 hours to make the active chemical not functional. So jioni watoto wanaambiwa enda chota kilo 10, peleka wapi? Kishaki. Hata kishaki haikuanga na ile kitu ya kutoa hivi, inavurushwa kwa machine. So we have an Actelic combined with maize flour. We may have been targeting the weevils, the Osama, but over time, this is the problem our populations are experiencing. Kila kitu hiyo na mimi. In fact, I was, one time we were doing some training, and we asked, if you want Osama in your body, how many Osamas? Then walk backwards. How many Actelic kilos were required to make you done? So if you eat such maize for 15 years, then you can start complaining. So that's a story. But what I wanted to say about maize is that KALRO, we conduct a lot of surveillance. Not to that extent. I know we work with KEPS, we work with AFA to make sure that the samples taken from border points are analyzed, sometimes which is good, but from our own surveillance, particularly in the markets where farmers, like a grocery in the villages, we collect samples there. And I don't want to say which market we were able to buy, because you can condemn that particular region. If you come there, you say it's not. But let me tell you the shocking results. Majority of the grains that we collected in major markets, we collect almost half a kilo. For half a kilo, we do a lot of replications. So we must get, make sure that the analysis was really representative. We test more than once. The shocking results is that majority of our markets have aflatoxins to the range of 100 to 1,000 parts per million. I don't know what you understand that. Between 100 and 1,000 parts per million. And those are the maize sold by the trader to Kenyan population. That is the trader, each and every day, is supposed to pay 50 shillings as a levy to county governments. Tax. But what would be the impact of that farmer, trader, to the larger population? It's terrible. As we talk about 100 to 1,000 parts per million, the only acceptable limit by World Health Organization is 10. So the story which you just hear, It's only 10. By the way, if you pass 10, it can't be accepted. But in our Kenya markets, we are selling up to 500, 400. It's a range. If you get a good one, possibly you get 500, 400. That is where we are going on a day-to-day basis. So we must, as we discuss issues of food safety, we are making a lot of narrative. We are making a lot of stories, but with minimal actions. In fact, what we are doing is sharing the school of thought. Sharing the school of thought. So we must consider. So we have a problem that we must collectively address, either by institutions, but more importantly, individually. So if such magnitude of invested maize are sold in the market, what would this potential mean to a country vis-a-vis the standards? The standards are very good because it keeps us a competitive edge. A good case example is that Kenya exports horticultural exports, say flowers, vegetables, fresh fruits. Because they've kept to standards, they've generated over $1 billion USD annually. And much of this is built because of safety certification. Avocado industry is growing at a double digit, precisely because the farmers and the exporters have invested in the standards. The global good practice issues of KEBS HCDA standards. Our tea commands premium prices internationally in the international auction because of quality and safety standard assurance, bill over tickets. Therefore, food safety compliance, when it is done right, is not a cost, but it's a revenue generator. Scientists, value chain actors, and institutions, and all of you, we must lead this transformation and compliance requirement. It is the responsibility of everybody. Don't say it's KEBS, don't say it's CALRO, don't say, in fact, the minimum you can do is to remove the institution and say as a person, is to really ethically be able to make that step. Allow me to say a few things specific. One, we need affordable, accessible, and rapid diagnostic tools. I don't want to emphasize that, because if we have to manage those maize being sold in the market, then we must have diagnostic tools that can be able to help us accept or reject. The cost of food safety testing remains prohibitive for most smallholder farmers. Can you imagine a farmer in Meru, farmer in Kitale, farmer in Nakuru, farmer in Narok? CALRO, working with partners, are investing heavily in research on low-cost mycotoxin detection, pesticide residue screening, microbial testing methods that can be deployed at the farm gate, not just in the urban laboratories. But that is a nice part, because CALRO may not reach to every farmer. Imagine if a farmer in Bungoma can test her maize for aflatoxins using a phone-based tool before she loads into a truck to Nairobi. She's empowered. She's no longer at the mercy of a trader who will use the non-compliance as a negotiating weapon to suppress the price. Secondly, we need science-based standards that are both protective and proportionate. Not all risks is equal. Not all commodities carry the same hazard profiles. Our regulatory frameworks must therefore be grounded in evidence, in actual risk analysis, in adoption either for foreign standards, which that may not reflect the localities. If we are exporting, for example, avocado to Europe, tea, We may put serious standards, but what the minimum possibly require is how safe that food to a common population, anybody who is in the urban cities. Those are the kind of standards we need to be discussing. Thirdly, we need to invest heavily on capacity building. Not just the capacity of farmers, but also capacity of inspectors, technicians in the labs, extension officers, market actors, and everybody at various value chain. Food safety cultures does not emerge from regulation alone. The culture to consume food, safe food, it's not about regulation. It emerges from knowledge, behavioral change, genuine understanding of why we need to consume safe food. This is an education agenda beyond regulation, and I look forward that the team that will be coming from this workshop would be able to carry the spirit of education and sensitization. The fourth aspect I want to mention is the urgency. It's a deliberate urgency. We need data. We need data. Data that is real, reliable, nationally representative on food safety status of Kenya's food supply. Who has this data, by the way? Is it KEBS? Is it KALRO? Is it AFA? You know, the stories are prescribed according to your home. Well, how do we go join this data? The Ministry of Agriculture currently are working on, they have established an institution called KADIC. KADIC would be the only source with data, trying to make sure that we have this data. KALRO is building an evidence base, which we will call all other government partners, the development partners, and also the private sector to support on this critical investment. However, KALRO cannot do this alone. We need teamwork. Food safety challenges demand system response and collaboration. We need to collaborate between research institutions, regulatory bodies, between government and the private sector, between even regional countries, Africa and global scientific, for example, Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania, EAC. We need to do a lot of collaboration, which I am sure KEBS have already done. So I'm very proud about the partnership we continue to build over time, particularly between institutions, the CGs, the universities. We are building a deep relationship with the private sector, processors, retailers, exporters, who are beginning to understand that food safety is not a compliance issue. It's a cost to be avoided, but a brand asset to be invested in. I'm also very happy about the growing recognition at the policy level that food safety must be a central pillar to Kenya's transformational agenda. And if you look at the bottom-up economic transformation, if you look at the agricultural sector transformation growth strategy, there you can see a genuine commitment from the government in terms of making Kenya a competitive, safe food-producing nation. KALRO will stand ready to be a scientific backbone for the commitment. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to wrap it up in a few minutes. The question before us today is not whether food safety standards will rise. They will, definitely. That's a must. Global consumers will demand it. Nationally, even the consumers in this room will demand about safety. It will not be a question of saying, producing food for the sake. Traders and partners will insist on it, food safety. The climate change will insist that we produce crops that are climate resilient, which is already altering the mycotoxin profiles, disrupting the pest dynamics and compromising post-harvest conditions. The question is not if, the question is who shapes how. Will the food safety agenda be shaped by important standards designed in the context for other realities, calibrated for the supply chain, that are they are looking nothing like ours? Will it be shaped by scientists? Will it be shaped by data? Or will it be shaped by institutions? I think those are the questions that will determine moving forward. Therefore, I call people in policy, wherever you stand, possibly in this room, please invest and prioritize in the national food safety infrastructure. If we have to have labs to help us detect, so be it. If we have to have extension system that can be able to support, so be it. If it is data platforms and the human capital to operate them, we must invest on this. In terms of the private sector, I call them to see food safety as not as a regulatory burden, lobbied against, they always lobby against, but a strategic investment in the long-term viability. For people who are in development space, could we align and support the nationally owned food safety agendas, not with imported compliances, blueprints, so that we can be able to fund research. Finally, on scientists, fellow scientists and researchers, who I am sure there are quite many in the room, let's ensure that we ensure that our work escapes the labs. It is so unfortunate that academia and the people who have knowledge, who have all what it takes, the only thing that we can be able to manage is research in the shelves. I think that's a painful truth, that people go to school to score, to be able to get all these, while the farmers who are generating the critical mass of economy, the processors and other market actors are really not connected. So let's build the rigorous on the science and be able to complete. So as the challenges for food safety, I want to say we have good progress so far. Smallholder farmers are starting to understand the issues of certification. If you go to the background, things are becoming changing. And we will do continuous extension to ensure some of these practices are instilled. Today, we have seen a lot of women-led cooperatives, for example, in Western Kenya, accessing export markets for the first time because they made the food safety standard as a priority. I've seen, and I look forward, the farmers' face when they understand about that certificate. Not as a piece of paper, but a source for incomes, entry to the market, and a key for better price, and more importantly, a better life. So the transformation and the compliance burden to a competitive advantage is not a metaphor. It must be lived with reality for most Kenyans. Food safety is not an enemy for smallholder when it is done right, and KALRO will not rest until that reality of getting that food in the table are achieved. And because food is not a luxury, it's a right. We are delivering it with science, with equity, and excellence, and our mission. So let's all team up and focus on the goal, food safety. You must walk the talk. I think I want to finish there. You must walk the talk. If you are a private sector, please, even if it's about money, walk the talk. Where is the ethical part of Kenyans? I was telling the MD this morning that in Western Kenya, where people are producing maize, they already gotten a formula. When it rains a lot and we experience post-harvest challenges, kwa kila kunia wanaweka debe moja ya mauso. No, they don't care. I don't know whether these are, you've experienced. wanasemanga hata mauso ilikula nini? Mbolea. And imagine the ethical part. Hata mauso tinga ilifanya nini? Somebody witted it. So I can't lose it alone. You know, you look at the kind of ethics. Not forgetting that one time he will face the same food in Nairobi, in a town, even if it's not himself. It is their relatives, it is their cousins, you know. So I want to challenge you. We walk the talk. We stop being scientists everywhere and make sure that food safety becomes a reality. I wish you well. Asanteni na Mungu awabariki.
Makofi tena kwa Director General. Indeed, when done right, food security, food safety, niko na zawadi. When done right, food safety is not an enemy. Yeah, I like that you give us a lot to think about. You started out with the big numbers, 110 billion being lost, 30 to 40% of farmers lose their produce as a result. So I like that you say that we have to bring the stories to reality. Isikwe to, stories that we talk about. Thank you, thank you. And you gave us food for thought about the mouth, brain, and heart being aligned. So, and I want to assure you that, they say, if anything, eat fast. So we will shortly break for tea and some biting so that we can eat fast, so that we are aligned and we have the powers to bring this story into reality. At this point, we set out, just before we break for tea, we set out for a youth poster competition. And youth are between the ages of 18 to 35. And we had top 3 winners, and I think we are joined by hopefully 1 or 2 of them. Because of time, Faiza, I hope we are ready so that we project, and we will start with number 3. So these are poster awards, and the theme was Food Safety Day, and they were just to come up with a water poster to show what food safety would be like. To communicate. We've been told all players should be on the table. Communicators should also be at the table so that we don't speak jargon and that we are also, the young farmers and everyone else is involved in this conversation. So that is number 3. Mumpigie makofi tafadhali. And that was done by Ezra David, and he'll walk away with 10,000. That was number 2, From Burden to Solution. Peter Wambasi, who's a food scientist. And finally, that's the winning poster. Very grave. One side of the plate, you decide which side. And I think that winner deserves a round of applause. That's Teddy Ryan. And that poster won him 30,000 shillings, and we hope to also use that to... Sorry? It's in reverse. Oh, I think those are top 3. Indeed, those are good problems. So number 1 is... this is number 1. Still, they communicate almost the same thing. And on behalf of everyone else, I think we have with us Peter Wambasi. Peter? Yes, Peter. Usiogope, put your hand up. Peter Wambasi, karibu sana to receive the certificates on behalf. Director, Quality Assurance, please, you will hand over these certificates on behalf of the 3 participants. Makofi tafadhali. That's his poster. Oh, I'm told Ezra is here as well. Perfect. So Ezra's certificate is there. Ezra, congratulations. So 1 certificate there for Peter Wambasi, who's number 2, and Ezra David. And I think their M-Pesa lines are working because tutawapatia chakula, si wao watawapatia chakula, on a light note. Thank you, congratulations. You'll get some cash money as well. Ezra David, congratulations. And Teddy Ryan, congratulations. Yes, we will. Thank you, Director. Asante sana. You know, we've been given a lot of food for thought, and we promised that we'll now have food for the stomach. At this point, I'm hoping that will make some of you smile. Sita point nani, but kuna mtu ameniambia angetaka kuteka break kunywe chai. We have you covered. And I can assure you that the food there has considered the safety standards. We can now be upstanding and allow our guests at the front to leave first, and then we will come back in the next session. We will combine the two panel discussions so that we save on time and then have the presentations afterwards. Asanteni sana. Maybe DJ, we can have some music as our distinguished guests leave first. Director, asante sana. Thank you so much. Thank you. Tea will only take 20 minutes, so by 12:20, let's be back so that we can continue with the conversations. Thank you so much.
the Codex Committee on Spices and Culinary Herbs since its formation in 2013, and in February 2024, the committee agreed to forward for adoption a proposed standard for spices derived from dried or dehydrated fruits and berries, small cardamom, to the 47th meeting of the Codex Alimentarius Commission. The new Codex standard will facilitate the fair trade of cardamom by establishing proper criteria for quality control. In India, training in standards is being carried out by the India Spices Board and the Indian Spice Exporters Forum.
We are using the farmer producer organizations called FPOs as a vehicle to convey this message about what is required by buyers, what is required in the market to the farmers.
These farmers have received training and follow good agricultural practices.
അതുപോലെ തന്നെ മണ്ണിര കമ്പോസ്റ്റിൻ്റെ ട്രെയിനിങ്, അതുപോലെ പിന്നെ ഇതിൻ്റെ ക്വാളിറ്റി മെയിൻറ്റെയിൻ ചെയ്യുന്നതിനെ പറ്റിയുള്ള ട്രെയിനിങ്, അതുകൊണ്ട് വിളപരിപാലനം, അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഈ കെമിക്കൽ എങ്ങനെ യൂസ് ചെയ്യണം, എപ്പോൾ യൂസ് ചെയ്യണം, അപ്പോൾ ഈ വിധത്തിലൊക്കെ ഉള്ള ഒരു നല്ല ട്രെയിനിങ് പരിപാടിയാണ് നമുക്ക് കിട്ടിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ അത് ഇപ്പം ഇത് ഞങ്ങളും അതുപോലെ നമ്മുടെ അടുത്ത് വരുന്ന കർഷകർക്ക് ഈ രീതിയിലുള്ള ബോധവൽക്കരണം കൊടുക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ അങ്ങനെ ഒരു നല്ല പരിപാടി ചെയ്യണമെന്നുള്ള ആഗ്രഹമാണ് ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് ഇരിക്കുന്നത്.
This cardamom dryer facility is owned by the Farmer Producer Organisation, for which they have also had training in good hygiene.
And strategically, has been with us. Now, also help me welcome on stage again, Madam Lucy Namu. Madam Lucy Namu is an expert in the food sector as well as in laboratory quality management systems. She has over 25 years experience in SPS measures. She has worked with, initially she was working with KEFIS. Now she's working at KENAS as a director actually she's heading the analytical chemistry laboratories and food safety. That was in KEFIS. You hear the experience she has. So that is Madam Lucy for you. Then again, she has also worked with us in the National Codex Committee. She has championed a lot of standards together with the other NCC members. But now allow me again to welcome the new NCC chair, who is Dr. George Wafula. Dr. George Wafula works in Kirdi. I don't want to introduce him so much because he's going to be with us for a longer time now. This is the incoming chair of the National Codex Committee. He works in Kirdi, as I've indicated, and he has done quite a lot. So in this session, I want us to briefly look at and put into perspective our formal markets. You understand that our formal markets actually comprise of around 30% of the entire chain. The other 70% is in informal markets. However, these formal markets is what I want. Today it was more of the formal markets. And I like Madam Brenda to put into perspective. Within a very short period of time, we have been talking about burdens. What are these burdens, Madam Brenda?
I'm being told, oh, yeah, this one also works. So he doesn't want me to move around because we are time-bound. As he's introduced me once again, having come from the Ministry of Health, I know most of us are wondering the issues around Ebola. And it's very important for me to just bring to you, to bring you into the space. This morning we had a meeting, and I'm sure majority of you have gotten some message of about somebody with Ebola from AAR. It's something that has really circulated. That person turned out to be negative. So far in the country, we do not have any Ebola case. I hope that alleviates that fear. That's confirmed information. Now to the story of the day. Food safety is central to ensuring sustainable development, as we all know. And we find this in 4 SDGs, that is the Sustainable Development Goals. SDG 2, where we talk of zero hunger. We've been talking about this since morning, food security. SDG 4 on good health and well-being. And SDG 12 on responsible consumption and production. And also we have the SDG 17, which talks about enhancing partnership. We look at the partnership within the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Agriculture, the private sector, and all that. Foodborne diseases impede socioeconomic development by straining the healthcare system. Remember my background, I'm coming from the Ministry of Health. And then it harms national economies. Of course, issues about tourism and trade are also affected. And of course, for this reason, if we have unsafe food, we know that this is a threat to us attaining the Vision 2030 and partially on the universal health coverage. So diving deep into this discussion, the health consequences of unsafe foods cannot be overemphasized. When you look at now the burden of the diseases, more than 200 diseases are spread through food contamination. Globally, we have about 600 million people, that is almost 1 in 10 people in the world fall ill annually for consuming contaminated food, and mostly they suffer from diarrheal diseases. That is the most common form. Then there are other infection agents that cause diarrheal diseases that account for the vast majority. That's like about 550 million, and in particular, the norovirus. This is the stomach flu or the bug or the stomach bug. Then we have like 120 million who will get Campylobacter infection from that particular species. And out of this, about 420,000 die, and 125,000 being children under 5 years of age. So you can imagine how the burden is. And that is now from the global level. So when we look at nationally, that is in Kenya, the foodborne diseases account for about 537,000 disability-adjusted life years, that is the dailies annually, which represents approximately 1.1% of the national GDP. And in Kenya still, over 70% of all episodes of diarrhea are attributed to ingestion of contaminated food and water. We all remember that we had widespread floods not so long ago, that is last year, 2025, which led to a very significant surge in cholera outbreak in most of the counties. Then recently, we had anthrax outbreak in Meru County, and over 100 people were hospitalized. And also, you heard about the case of anthrax at Abama Market in Nairobi, which is not so far from us here. Approximately 80% of the Kenya food markets operate in the informal sector. This makes hygiene monitoring difficult, and it increases the risk of contamination before the food reaches the consumer. let's not forget, and this has also been spoken to this morning by the earlier speakers, the aflatoxin outbreak. If we recall very well, in the year 2004, the outbreak in Kenya was very huge. And this is a discussion that we'll continue tomorrow, hopefully, because I know we have a lot of time in it. That's a place we can dive into this discussion better. So what are the measures for ensuring that we have this food safety? A lot has already been spoken to this in the morning, and it's like the CEO, Kenya Bureau of Standards, was reading what we had also prepared as a Minister of Health, and I'll just go through in a rush. The Ministry of Health is the legal entity in the space of food safety, or foods meant for human consumption. And this is in consultation with other ministries and agencies involved in food safety activities as developed in the Food and Feed Safety Coordination bill. This particular bill, we've been singing so much about it, and I know a few of us were in Mombasa when we were told by the chair, Nikal, health chair, that what has remained is the bill just to get being signed for it to become a law. So it's something that is already happening in the offing. Of course, we had issues about good agriculture practice. This I cannot overemphasize. We've heard from Calro, we've heard from the various speakers in the morning, and we are saying that implementing proper farming techniques, such as proper use of fertilizer and pesticides, water management, proper handling of livestock to prevent contamination of crops and animal products, that is key. Issues around hazard analysis critical control point, we need to encourage the food business operators to put in place such a system. And you know that this is a system that involves identifying critical points. And once they identify the critical points, then they are able to put corrective measures in their system. We wish you could do a presentation on that, but because of time factor, we may just share the PowerPoint that was prepared. Issues about proper food handling and storage. Yeah, we need to maintain proper hygiene, temperature controls during food handling, preparation, and storage to prevent the growth of bacteria and other pathogens. And I really like the fact that the posters here that were shown, number 1, 2, 3, have spoken to this, the 5 keys to safer food. Issues about traceability and recall system. Yeah, we need to have this put in place so that we're able to track a lot of the foods movement right from where they've been produced to the very last place where they're going to be eaten. And of course, be able to put any recalls in place in case there's something that needs to be done. Then issues about regulatory adherence, compliance, that is, and we need to have this in place both from the local, regional, and international food safety regulation standards. And this involves obtaining the necessary certifications, following labeling requirements, and maintaining proper documentation. And I think this is something that we've been trying to put in place through the various trainings that are happening at the counties, both to the regulators and also to the food business operators. Remember that if something is not documented, it remains a rumor. So if a regulator goes to a facility and you're able to show that this is what you've been doing and you have records, they have no reason to doubt what you're doing, unless you're just speaking and they're like, unasema nilifanya, ningefanya, you know, it becomes a bit tricky. The other thing that needs to be put in place, education and training, providing education and training programs to food handlers, including farmers, processors, distributors, and food service personnel to enhance their knowledge on food safety and regulation. I think this has been re-emphasized the entire morning. And on that note, I'm glad that we also have one of us here who has innovated something in the space of reading. And this is Abeid Aduyu. I don't know if he's in the room. He's come up with a book that he has published. It's called My Plate of Garbage. Maybe you can show us your book. Yeah, if you need a copy of the book to read what he's the author, I forwarded for him. So I know whatever content that is there is something that can really help us. If you need a book, get in touch with him. He has, I think, also, is it online also? Yeah, maybe you can have a discussion with that. With that, I wish to stop there, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Madam Brenda, for painting for us the burdens that we have in this country, especially pertaining to foodborne diseases. Na wanasema hivi, watu wangu wamekufa kwa sababu ya kukosa ni maarifa yapi tunahitaji zaidi ya what Madam Brenda has tried to tell us. And then probably putting also into context that we have these issues, yes. We have foodborne diseases, yes, in this country. And I know they have a big impact to our economy. And as Madam Brenda has tried to tell us, there are solutions. And I want to believe that we are the solutions. You are the captains in what you do, isn't it? You are the experts. So we are looking forward to you solving some of these issues in the food industry. Now, I want us to move to our next presenter, probably to put into context what I like her to talk about in this discussion is, of course, we have labs, don't we? We have labs. Don't we have labs? Are they accredited? Are they? Is it necessary for us to make sure that they are accredited? Is it, Madam Lucy? Is it necessary? Why do we feel that it is necessary? Please, take it up from me.
Thank you very much. Allow me to stand on the protocols that were established this morning. Good morning, everyone. Life is not too gloomy, even if we have too much data on what's going down or not happening. My name is Lucy Namo, yes, and I am currently working as Chief Manager Laboratories, indeed Director Laboratories at Kenya Accreditation Service. And I will just paint the picture. Kenya Accreditation Service, KENAS, is the sole accreditation body for Kenya. It is the only signatory member accreditation body in the region of East Africa. So we are also doing work for the region. And we'll just hear some highlights. I'll try and cut this into the 5 minutes so that we don't, actually 3, remembering my cue. I'm coming from the question, before I answer Danset's question, I want to ask us the question, how many times? Many times we ask ourselves, where is my food coming from? We heard that our MD at KEBS throwing this question to us. We wake up in the hope that our food is safe. And we eat this food every day. So when we ask ourselves, where is our food coming from? The question that springs to mind is how we have put in place mechanisms to actually trace back our food should there be a problem. And this is where we come in. I know a lot of us know that food comes from what becomes the ingredients on farm, that we transform it in some way, of course, all the while handling it to get the final finished product. But we never think of, now how do I get back the information in case there is something not right? Standards, and I like the statement that was made, I want to quote it accurately, by the CEO of MESPT, P is not silent, that the future belongs to those who transform standards to opportunities. So we have many standards that are applicable along the supply chain, whether incoming, describing products, describing ways in which products can be made, how we can sell them, what we should do in labeling them. But underpinning this are standards. The only way we can be sure that standards have been implemented as required and are fit for purpose, achieving the intended result, is through accreditation. Accreditation is the third-party attestation, the confirmation by a third party who is impartial, independent, that we have reliability in the products that are on shelf, in the tests that are undertaken, and in the certifications that we issue as regulatory bodies or as even private bodies. So in short, it is the overarching role as a checker of checkers to make sure that what was stated will be done is done, and is done consistently, reliably, and competently. So why is accreditation then important? Why? Because it builds on the trust of the results of accredited conformity assessment bodies. And why I say accredited is because ni kama tunaambiwa, kama huna, I don't want to get political, but kama hauna ID card, can we know that you are really a Kenyan? We cannot. So then this is the arena that provides us that assurance that there is trust in the results that are issued. It also provides a trust that whatever inspections have been done are done reliably, consistently, and credibly. Because why? KENAS, being the independent body, needs to assure the public of this trust. So we say accreditation is the trusted tool for compliance. Coming on to why then international recognition is important of our labs and certification bodies and inspection bodies. Why is that important? Because we know that under the mutual recognition arrangement to which KENAS is a signatory member, all bodies that are accredited, their results are accepted worldwide without the need of carrying out retesting, recertification, re-inspection, any rework is not done, all right? So this provides the framework that KEBS here that has an accredited lab, the test results will be accepted across border and worldwide. Speaking to the question of how many accredited we so far have, and this is a few weeks down the line, so there might be more. A month ago, we have 302 accredited conformity assessment bodies. 75 of those are testing laboratories. So kama wewe uko na lab, ujiulize, question mark, am I in that club, right? Now we all know that the government has required that we have credible labs, so it has mandated accreditation for those who have laboratories. Testing laboratories are 75. We also have others, proficiency test providers, vet labs. We also have medical labs, which form the biggest body of accredited clients, that is 134. The next time you go to a clinic, even if it is out of food poisoning, God forbid, ask yourself, is that lab really reliable? Will it give me a true result? So at the end of it, what do we take home? Accreditation, therefore, underpins quality, safety, and trust. If nobody can verify that what you are doing as a lab or as an inspection body or as a certification body really is consistently, competently done, then we have no trust in a process. This way, KENAS is providing us a very key central role in the quality infrastructure as one of the key pillars, that is accreditation, strengthening our systems from farm to table. Therefore, we do not have any burdens, but now we have solutions. I thank you for your kind attention.
Kuna majina tatu nilisikia. Consistency. Reliability. The last one is nyinyi amkuwa mnasikiliza. The third one is competence. That is KENAS for you, but I wanted to know, Nyumbani niko na kalab kanaitwa kitchen. Does it also need to be accredited? That small kitchen of mine at home, do we really need also to accredit it? So probably we need to think about consistency. Consistency, reliability. Is that enough solution to our problems? Is it? Dr. Wafula, in 2024, you led the Kenyan delegation in the Codex Committee for Food Hygiene. The session was the 54th session. And if I recall, since my time in Codex, that was the fastest time we adopted a standard in under 1 year. In fact, that was a record. I don't think there is another record we have in this, in Codex standard setting process. So, Dr. Wafula, what did we do? How did we do it? And what is it that meant that we had to accelerate that process back to adopt a standard within 1 year? And what standard was it? Dr. Wafula.
Thank you very much. My name is George Wafula Wanjala. I'm a research scientist working at KIRDI in capacity now as Assistant Director for Research. I am very happy to meet all of you today and to be able to work together in kickstarting World Food Safety Day celebrations. As the protocol has already been set, I would want to use minimum time because the time is so much short. So from the issues we have gotten to understand the burdens, and as we go now to understand traceability and all these other aspects that come with the now accreditation as a service, Kenya, there was a problem, and the problem was that where we source most of our commodities from lacked standardization that is uniform. And therefore, Kenya took on a role where we worked with the other countries in a name that is Bolivia, Nigeria, as co-chairs of this work, but Kenya was leading the work. And the work was to develop guidelines for food hygiene control measures in traditional markets for food. This is the work that Kenya led, and this is the work that Kenya was able to present to the world at the 54th session of the Codex Committee for Food Hygiene, which happened here in Nairobi at Ole Sereni. And we are happy that in that span of time, we were able to gather evidence from all over the world. We were able to look at issues that people are going through, alongside also appreciating the status of our markets and the status of all these value chains that supply to the markets, and also the ones that pick from the markets that now sustain the food industry at large. And in that meeting, we were able to convince and also able to persuade the scientific community as well to find value in the document that we were developing, and the document was actually adopted here in Nairobi. We are pleased to share with you today the guidelines for food hygiene control measures in traditional markets for food. When you go on your online tools, just look for CXG 103 2024. That is the guideline. It is a baby that we want to say, this is our baby. However, we have a lot that we need to do, because this document provides now the guideline for us to be able to assure food safety in traditional markets, and it applies to all stakeholders. So just to mention a few things about the traditional markets, they have many names. We will not go into that, but we look at what were we mainly focused on. So the objective was to look at a document that will be able to help us to put in mechanisms to ensure that food hygiene is entailed in all activities that are vast alongside the traditional markets for food. So the document provides guidance to policymakers when they are developing policies and regulations. It also provides now the food control measures themselves. It also provides an opportunity for market authorities, whether formally or informally. It provides the mechanism now for the authorities which are also managing the markets to see how they can be able to steer the markets forward. And finally, it offers an opportunity to the food business operators to know and to understand and also to appreciate the food safety practices that they need to put in place to assure food safety for the people that buy or consume from them. Our benchmark, we were referring mainly to the Codex Hygiene, the general principles for food hygiene, that is CXC 1 of 1969. This is a very old document, but it goes through a series of revisions, and that was one key pillar. The other key pillar, we looked at the One Health approach, whereby we want the planet to be safe, we want the human to be safe, we want the animals also to be safe. So we are looking at those two as frameworks that now the document is able to address all these things, but we are careful to make sure that our environment remains good and ourselves are healthy and strong, as well as now the animals as well. So for animals, we are careful to understand the food animals and non-food animals as well. So the guideline provides a lot of advisory and a lot of support for the food business operators, whereby you can be able to know the do's, the don'ts. It also now looks at the elements of training, competence. It looks at the food business operator or associations and in terms of capacity building, in terms of now embracing traceability and also now the standardization elements. It also has portions of self-regulation within them, but all of this is geared towards building a safe food culture. So the document that we are talking about, I embrace all of us to be able to look for it so that we can be able to plug in and utilize it. It provides for issues about design, layout, structures, food preparation, in a nutshell, everything that needs to be done. So in this case, we are looking at ready-to-eat food. We are looking at foods that can be cooked. We are looking at foods that can be purchased but prepared elsewhere. We are looking at foods that are prepared right there in the market, so that at the end of the day, we can be able to assure the safety of the food, but also assure the safety of the consumer when they get in contact or they utilize the food. There is a parcel of people that have always been left aside or not really considered much. In this document, we have made provision for consumers, so that we want consumers also to know their space in food safety. What can they do? How should they relate? When the consumers go to the market and they purchase maybe commodities, some of them which are ready to eat, what do they do with the leftovers? Do we have any idea on how can we change that narrative? There was a mention here about allergen. We have made provision for the same, so that consumers can be informed also on some of the allergens that are available in the food, because we are also realizing that in this market, that can be a source for training or a source for information to also our consumers. In addition to that, we are looking at the element of waste management, both solid waste, liquid waste, so that when the director was talking about if we have gone to Marikiti or Wakulima market, I would have wished that we make our presentation. He can see what we really based on. We went into those places and we fully understand what really is happening and how can we change the narrative from those particular places going forward. Then the last element that this document has been able to bring, which is a very good thing, it is about monitoring and evaluation. Why we have perennial problems within our markets is sometimes they lack an element of, can we just even evaluate the practices that are going on there? So that when we make room for maybe market repairs, market adjustments, they are based on particular ills that we want to correct. So this is also a very good thing that we have brought in there. Then lastly, on the monitoring, we have an element for incentivizing the food safety practices that are good. Because at the end of the day, if the trader who is doing the right thing, they don't see any incentive for them to push forward, over and above the educational part of it, and over and above now the practices that we are looking at culture-wise, without an incentive, sometimes also it's also difficult to reinforce the positive culture change. So this, among the others, are the things which we have been able to put together in this document. It is a very rich document. However, this document is providing guidance. So as it's providing guidance, it is now upon the stakeholders to be able to utilize it and be able to implement. Then in monitoring, we can be able to evaluate how far we have gone with it. Allow me to pick slightly on some other issues. I work at Kirdi, and Kirdi, it is your industrialization partner. In this case, we do research, we innovate, we commercialize. Any invention you want to dream about, dream, come to us, we'll make the prototype, we can take it further for standardization, then we can be able to commercialize together. Thank you.
What do I say? I think tumeangalia the whole picture, that the market is made into two parts. We have the informal market and the formal market. The informal market has a component of what percentage? The informal market. Where do you buy your food from? The informal market or formal market? Informal, 70%. 70%. 30% is the formal market. The informal market is 70%. It is 80%? Okay. Kwisha mimi, 90%. Retrack has just said it, 90%. So those are the challenges that we have. And then Brenda has come out and to tell us that we have an issue with foodborne diseases in the country, isn't it? Si hivyo ndivyo ametuambia? Na aka propose options that we need systems, yes. Despite these systems, ziko. But do we implement them? Are we consistent? Are we competent? Are we reliable in the systems that we build? That is Lucy coming in to weigh in on the same. And then finally, Daktari has showed us that whether you are an informal market or a formal market, foodborne diseases is a problem. Sindio? Then ametuambia that whether you are in a supermarket, whether you are at home, there is a standard that we can use that cuts across. Amen? Amen? My people are dying because of lack of what? Now you have the knowledge. Let's give it up for this team. Thank you. Or we had questions for this team. Kuna mtu akona swali, lakini si tuiweke iko ya mwisho, so that we welcome the other panel. Karibu Mas.
Thank you. You know, in the morning we said when you're given information freely, you reciprocate with free claps. Makofi tafadhali. And thank you, Danset, as well, for that amazing session. Indeed, you know, amen means, and let it be so. So indeed, from burdens to solution, safe food everywhere, amen, and let it be, right? Right? Yes, thank you. Hiyo mandazi chai, it's doing some energy thing, eh? Nice. So, distinguished attendees of, you know, turning the theme from burden to solution, making that a reality. We had said earlier that we are merging the two panel sessions so that we try and save on time. So we will look at two things, from burdens to solutions in the supermarket supply chains, and we will also look at innovative approaches to strengthen food safety in formal markets. In fact, when Ministry of Health was speaking, Lucy from Kenas was speaking, Kirdi was speaking, and I was like, I think everyone is in this room. Everyone who needs to speak, to be at the table, is in this room, which is encouraging. Makofi tafadhali. That was a very enlightening session. So if I call your name kindly, but boldly, and fast enough, as a Kenyan, please join us on stage. Thank you. So from burdens to solutions in the supermarket supply chains, we have Kenya Association of Manufacturers. You will know them as KAM. That abbreviation we know too well. From a manufacturer's perspective, Maria Limo will share some sentiments on that. Tupige makofi kwa KAM tafadhali. You know, I'm calling very great people on stage also. So, makofi kwe inaambatana na. Watu wa Kiswahili, exceeding expectations 1, eh? Iwe inaambatana na uzito wa jina ambayo itaitwa. From the NGCC, you would think it's a chorale something, but no. It's the Nairobi County Government. Nairobi City County Government. We have Shem Oino, who's the head of Food Safety Department. Makofi ya Nairobi City County Government. Nairobi City County Government. And all these people are people who serve you. So makofi tafadhali to them, you know. We will merge the technical session on innovative approaches to strengthen food safety in formal markets. And we have with us the Chief Executive Officer for RETRAC. That's Madam Mbarire Wamboi. Madam CEO, kindly join us on stage. Makofi ya CEO ni kama ya, thank you very much. Madam, you can sit at the center, please. Thank you. And from the Directorate of Veterinary Services, that's where our chair is from. We have Dr. John Fluky Owino. Makofi tafadhali. Makofi hadi Dr. Fluky afike katika jukwaa. Asante sana. And then last but not least, you can call him Kafue or Kabue, but he's with the Kenya Bureau of Standards, and he needs to be with us on stage so that he can give a perspective on the Kenya Bureau of Standards and what it does in terms of the regulation. Na unajua KEBS ndio wamepeana chakula, so makofi. Na watatupatia lunch. Mr. Kabue, you can have a seat. And allow me So remember, if you have any questions, we will have a roaming mic, and we'll try to keep this as interactive and as short and punchy as possible. Okay? We know we are experts, but we will try and answer it in the best, you know, in storytelling, they should say short and sweet, and we will keep it short and sweet. But allow me to begin from the Kenya Association of Manufacturers. Maria Limo. Large food manufacturers have resources to invest in compliance, or so many people assume. But the fact that it's large, then they would have the resources. Compliance, probably that mindset of it being a burden doesn't exist. But they also anchor supply chains that include hundreds of smaller suppliers. What responsibility do large manufacturers bear in building food safety capacity upstream in their supply chains, and are they stepping up, like sort of I don't say bottom up, but bottom up in terms of the smaller supply chains? What responsibility do you have? And probably you can match that with what's the greatest regulatory burden? It can be an assumption that large manufacturers don't see burdens, but what would be the single burden in the food sector that you identify as a barrier to scaling safe food production in Kenya? Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for that. I am from the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, and as you have heard, we represent value-add manufacturers, those who are adding values to products. And after Brenda presented, actually those numbers, it is very scary. Then it means all of us are not safe. If those numbers are keep growing. And so on our side, what I'll say is, especially after getting those particular numbers, then I'll say the opportunity on the food safety is actually for us to move from blame to partnership to help us address those particular challenges that it has been raised in totality. So if we can all share and address those particular challenges, then it will be good. And for me specifically, food safety likely depends on proper handling rather than the expiry dates. If you check in the supermarkets, all products have an expiry dates. The ones which don't have possibly chemicals and some are not consumable, but it has expiry dates. Therefore, poor temperature control, inadequate stock rotation and handling practices can unfortunately lead to spoilage and losses to both manufacturers and the retailers. Therefore, it is helpful to focus on simple, cost-effective measures such as maintaining the cold chain, routinely checking temperatures, applying product rotation principles, and strengthening staff training and accountability. And as Codex spoke about this particular standard, I thought also of then we need to create sensitization so that all of us get to know about these market requirements and what are our responsibility as stakeholders. In addition to that, food safety works best as a shared responsibility between manufacturers and retailers, supported by clear handling agreements and the use of basic tools like thermometers and simple traceability. And I'll say, possibly we need to implement the affordable digitization technologies. And again, Kenya can make major improvements through practical, affordable, and collaborative solutions. That is, if regulators, manufacturers, and retailers can work together, then we can improve the food safety, protect consumers, reduce food losses, and strengthen trust in our food systems. I think I'll just summarize it like that.
So I hear you, but I'm keen to know, in terms of the responsibility that the larger Kenya Association of Manufacturers, large suppliers have in terms of ensuring that the responsibility is also with the smaller suppliers that probably they would have to ensure that the produce that some of them, not all, there are some who do it at that large scale, but the ones who source from the small scale, to ensure that there's food safety from sort of like the bottom up?
As you said earlier on, the large manufacturers has implemented equipments. And therefore, for the small manufacturers, the big manufacturers usually, we have encouraged manufacturers to mentor the small ones and help them to comply with the requirements. And also, we work very closely with KEBS, especially on the trainings and the rest, just to ensure that manufacturers comply with what is required.
Thank you. And speaking of large and big, and counties are now devolved, and the Nairobi County government is not just Nairobi County government, Nairobi City County government. I know we have 47 counties, but today, since this celebration is hosted in this Nairobi County, what is the role of Nairobi City County? I know you head the Food Safety Department. What role are you playing, or what solutions are you doing to ensure this burdens to solutions, especially in the supermarket supply chains? Over to you, Oino.
Thank you so much for that question. What Nairobi does to be able to come up with the solutions in our supermarkets, that's the retail markets, is that Nairobi City County appreciates the devolution. Food controls and licensing is a clear mandate for the county governments, whereby Nairobi County demonstrates on how to regulate these supermarkets. And one of the things that we do as the county governments is that whoever is selling food to our consumers, they must be certified by relevant counties, that is Nairobi City County, that you can only operate as a supermarket, as a retail market, if you have been certified by the relevant authorities, that's Nairobi City County. And one of the things that we always oversee in these supermarkets is that they must be compliant to relevant food laws. And one of the laws is Food, Drugs and Chemical Substance Act, Public Health Act, and other key food laws, among them Meat Control Act, etc. So that these supermarkets, even those who are operating in that supermarkets, they must be examined. For you to work in a supermarket, you must be examined to become a food handler. And one of the things that we do mostly, we do it so that we can be able to reduce this burden. And one of the things that we always incur in the city is that we have these acute epidemiological risks. That is the typhoid. Sometimes you find there is cholera cases that are there. It's a result of people normally operates in this supermarket without undergoing the mandatory examinations. For us as the county government, we do appreciate that it is our responsibility to do a lot of capacity building to these supermarkets. The other thing, to also ensure that risk-based inspections is done. So they're able to know that this person who is selling these meat products, this person who is selling these dairy products, where are they getting from? So we go through traceability system. So we trace where they are getting this product from. The other thing, these supermarkets sometimes you find that about cold chain management is a big issue. You find that either it is high risk foods, they're supposed to be stored in a particular temperature so that you are able to control the proliferation of microorganisms. So sometimes you find there's an issue. So when there's that gap, we come in to do a lot of capacity building. We tell them what needs to do about good storage practices. We have the high risk foods and the low risk foods. How are they supposed to do that one? And then the other thing is about labeling. So these supermarkets, most of them, you go to the bread, they are making bread, but the way they are labeling, it's not within the Kenyan standards, about the Standard Act. So we always tell them if you are about you are processing this bread, kindly, labeling is very key. It's able to tell us the shelf life of this product. If it is this, if you are going to use either ingredients or allergens, you need to declare them. If you don't declare them, then it becomes a serious burden to our consumers. So that's why is that all these acts that we are supposed to implement at agencies, Nairobi County plays a pivotal role in ensuring that we come up with a solution. And the other thing to finalize this is that Nairobi City County has developed Nairobi City County Food Safety and Fortification Act, and we have also come up with a training manual for all street food vending, because we all appreciate that street food vending is a global emerging food safety issue, and we cannot go without them. So for us to solve those burdens we are experiencing, that we decided to come up with a manual that will be able to train them, the traders, the food handlers, so that they can always know food safety is a shared responsibility, is everyone's business. Thank you.
Thank you. I like that there's a solution actively for food vendors on the streets, because we see them everywhere. There's a lot of construction going on. You will, I think it's a solution, which is good. You speak about traceability, which is impressive. And now it even leads us to the innovative approaches to strengthen food safety in formal markets. And I'd like to pose a question on traceability to ReTrack. You support over 1,000+ outlets. And I want to read out something about a vision that you have. And if you may allow me to read this, that your vision is simple: to use retail as a force for good, empowering people and transforming Africa. That's a simple yet powerful vision. So traceability would play a role in this. But traceability solutions in Kenya often struggle to move beyond pilot scale. They are just being piloted. What has ReTrack's experience been in scaling traceability systems within formal food supply chains, and what conditions need to be in place for this to become mainstream? And if you could just match that, how do you ensure then, and I hope you touch on this, that traceability tools are accessible to and usable by smallholder suppliers as well?
Thank you very much. I think I want to start by saying it's a good thing I'm sitting next to Nairobi County and we have supermarkets in the room. And just to say, kwa ground mambo ni different. There's a theory of what we are supposed to do, and there's the practicability of what actually happens. And maybe that's how it would be the best way to explain A, pilots, B, the tools that would be used for traceability. So if I start with the first one, what is the challenge with scaling? A lot of things that we do and call pilots are unfortunately or fortunately funded by donors. And for me, I always say it's tick a box and move on. Because even on the scale at which it is written, whatever it is you're putting out, becomes very difficult to implement on the ground. I'll give you a good example. I think the DG Caro spoke about we export a lot of fresh produce. A lot is relative, and I know we have agriculture people in the room. Unless it has changed, we export 5% of our agricultural produce, 5%. And that 5% includes flowers. So how much of that 5% is food? But the amount of tests that let's say 2.5% goes through to ensure it meets certain standards to be able to export it is driven by a consumer. Is driven by the consumer who is importing that product from Kenya. So the person in Denmark who wants our French beans says, unless the French beans meet the following 1, 2, 3, 4, the consumer, not the person importing, the person who's going to buy from the supermarket in Denmark says, unless you can confirm that that French bean meets the following standards, I will not buy it. So the supermarket has no option but to push back and tell the supplier, unless the following is met, we will not buy. So the person who's taken to the supermarket, then the aggregator or the exporter in Kenya and says, it meets the following, we will not buy. So the aggregator goes back to the farmer and says, unless it meets these standards, we will not buy. The DG said, let's remove the institutions, because if you're seated in this room, you're seated as Brenda from MOH, you're seated as Lucy from Kenas, you're seated as Grace from PCPB, but you're a consumer. So we always work with our titles. We are not working as, not even our titles, our institutions. So when you go to shop, correct, put up your hand if you ever ask your mama mboga, hii sukuma ilitoka wapi? And then after, you see sometimes, and then you get, so part of our traceability issues is because no one is asking. And when no one is asking, it means it doesn't have a value to put in a traceability system for you. It's going to cost. So I was going to give an example. We have, so back to that, we export 2.5 of food, because the other 2.5 is probably flowers. So in infinite wisdom of our country, we did a standard. It's a KEB standard, actually. It's AS 1758 in like 2017. I think it was 2017, Kafue, yes? That standard is supposed to be implemented for the local produce that we eat. You know, I always laugh that Muzungu demands a lot, but when they come here, no one cares what they're eating because we don't have the standard. So this standard was set up, I think it was in 2017. In 2020, in about 2020, we attempted to, as supermarkets now, to see if we can make sure that our suppliers in the supermarket are able to implement this standard. Now, 1758, one of the things that is amazing about it is that it says a farmer should have running water. So one of the guys who sits on this committee always says, my grandmother in some village in Kisii, who's a small-scale farmer, asked them for running water. It had running water, a flush toilet, you know, because whoever wrote that standard wrote it with, I think it was cut and paste global gap that speaks to a different farmer, not that local farmer. So it begins to be a standard we can't even start to implement, because then we would be able to take it, break it down enough to make a small farmer understand what you mean. And unfortunately, and we were doing a review of it, and I'm hoping we have managed to remove that. It had things like NSSF embedded in it, NHIF embedded. So when we started going to the farmers, we'd tell them, so let's see your farm. Tick, do you have a separate pesticide shed, a separate chemical shed? Let me see the PPE of your farm worker. Let me see your payroll. Remember, small-scale farmers are mainly family organizations. So it's me, my mother, my grandmother, we lima, we harvest, we take it to a local market. I don't pay my sister to help me farm, so I don't have an SSF for her. So right there, a lot of people would be like, and then in hiyo kitu yenyu, because it's not applicable. So traceability, fast forward, has to be simple. I'll give you a very simple example, and I know they're in the room. When Carrefour opened, because they're bringing international best standard, we want to know, before we stock your tomatoes, when did you plant, when did you use pesticide, when did you harvest etc. And they go to the farm and there's absolutely no records because people keep it in their head. They farm from practice. And they instituted simple tools. Here is an exercise book. Please write for me when dig, when you plant, when you spray, when you harvest, when you stored, simple tools. It does not have to be complex. So, and in my view, that's how we can get that small scale farmer to be able to understand what traceability means. It's simple of, tell me when did you plant, when did you harvest, etc. It's simple, but we complicate it with the technicality. However, even if we tell that farmer to institute that system, but you, the consumer, are not willing to pay for that extra. I always say a retailer sells what is being demanded. Hence why that retailer in Europe is able to tell the farmer, unless you give me this, I will not take it. Because the consumer has to ask. NTV did a small thing on safety some time back. And us, Kenyan consumer, the only thing we want to ask, the newscaster was asking, so what do you ask? What do you want about food safety? And the only thing we think about is Mama Mboga clean? Is the water her mboga is being dipped into clean? Occasionally, has she swept where? No one asks about pesticides, about chemicals. It was very environmental. But we need to think about the things that are affecting us health-wise. But if the farmer is going to invest in those safety tools, in the traceability system, it comes with a cost, which means our vegetables will go up in terms of the value. And to go up, it means we must be willing to pay the different costs. Again, I'll use the supermarkets. We see when they have, they sell organic on one side and then they sell normal. The organic, half the time, no one touches it because it doesn't look as green or as leafy or as bright as that which has been. So, and the organic is more expensive. So we are not willing to pay for the traceability element, for the food safety systems that have been put to ensure you're getting. So there are two things. One, the consumer has to demand it. In fact, I keep telling Brenda, in rooms like this, I feel, why are we seated here and not at City Market and not talking to the farmers talking to the guys buying? Because then if we are asking those questions, it will pick up. Otherwise, it's a conversation we'll constantly have in rooms as institutions and never as consumers.
I hear you. So you say even in this room, everyone here will eat something, buy from a Mama Mboga. And I like that you say it has to be consumer driven. Then from burden to solution, so part of the solution is that you and I demand and ask, Mboga imetu.
It's not part of the solution, it is the solution.
My goodness, it is the solution. Yeah.
If we ask as consumers, it will pick up. There is no day a retailer will say, I'm not buying because there is no traceability. And no one is asking them about the traceability. So if the consumer takes up their role, everything falls in place. And it's everything. It's food safety, quote unquote. It's corruption. It's everything.
Yeah.
If the consumer takes the responsibility, it changes. The trickle effects then changes the negativity of the things that we're doing.
I like that even from this conversation, everyone finds what they can do to change this. And for sure, probably next year, I know on Friday there'll be a market cleanup, but maybe next year we need to have these conversations at a farm somewhere at the market in a Mwananchi conversation. You know, when you speak about breaking down the technicalities of a standard to something that, a farmer down in Kapsabet or in Kirinyaga understands, I'm reminded of a village in the heart somewhere, let me not mention, but you know where this is going. When they cut open the animal, there's no veterinary officer there. There's a group of people who are experts, they will come, and these have witnessed firsthand. They'll open up the intestines of the goat, for example, And the intestines of the goat will also be used to predict the happenings of the village. So it's not just about food safety, but it's about these elderly people who will come and check. There'll be flooding next week from the intestines of a goat. That's on a light note. It's just a bridge to our next conversation. The Directorate of Veterinary Services. How can the DVS employ and use digital technologies? This is the year 2026, and a lot of conversation on artificial intelligence, advancements in technologies, and not making it too technical, because I like what RETRAC has said in terms of making solutions work for us, not just it being a lot of jargon. So, but how can these digital technologies be used to enhance safety, transparency, and marketability of animal-sourced foods in Kenya's formal markets? Dr. Fluki.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that question. One thing is for sure, there is a bit of a difference when it comes to the demand on traceability. When it comes to export of livestock and of meat and meat products, it's a demand, it's a requirement in the market. And part of the benefit of traceability is opening up and enabling producers to have an access to market, international market, with better prices, with better arrangement. So for sure, traceability it's actually needed. It's now beyond the issue of saying maybe you can have traceability systems. Now we need to have in place sustainable, digitized traceability systems. So currently, the Directorate of Veterinary Services, we are doing those pilot programs on ANITRAC. ANITRAC is animal identification and traceability system, where we use RFID ear tags on animals for tracing and for monitoring. And this one has got multiple benefits, because apart from the issue of traceability on its own, we also have the issue of curtailing on livestock theft, and also the bigger issue of people knowing where this meat is coming from. Yeah? And currently we have been doing pilot programs in the different farms. Also, we have started on counties, so that we can be able to now roll it out nationally. And as you say, right now it is being funded, pilot programs funded, but the government is on spearheading it with donor partners, that's the World Bank and FAO. And we are looking at the way we have been, the rallying call. Food safety is not for one institution or one individual. It is a shared responsibility. And so we welcome those with innovative ideas, those with different ideas, those already have established their own systems. How can we work together to be able to at least make this work? Because we won't want it to remain a pilot program. We want it now to be out there, the benefit of the community, the benefit of Kenyans. Because this is an innovation, and even other countries, they are wowed by what we are doing. So it will be disheartening if you don't take the next step. So ANITRAC is there, and we keep on making steps in how it can be rolled out, and we are gaining ground. But definitely we'll need support, we'll need more engagement from most of the counties, from the private establishments, so we can make this work. On the other side also, we have been slowly, gradually replacing the manual paper-based data capture. So currently we are developing CABS, that's Kenya Animal Biosurveillance system that's able to capture digitally the information that were once captured on the forms. And this one helps in real-time analysis, real-time trends, to be able to know what is going on in a particular place. Again, this one has been onboarded on the export facilities. And we are still collaborating with some counties to be able to bring the counties on board. Yeah, not all counties are onboarded, and this is something, it's an ongoing discussion we have with them. So at least, because the moment we are able to onboard even representative counties from the different regions in Kenya, it gives a representative picture. But if you rely on the export facilities alone, it doesn't give that picture we wanted. So CABS is there and it's being rolled out. We're actually using it in the export facilities. And now the next step is for the counties to come in. Then also, in terms of surveillance, we have been working with the surveillance team from the Ministry of Health. That's the KNPHI, the Kenya National Public Health Institute. We are trying to come up with an animal health integrated disease surveillance and response system. So this is something we are developing. Already have created modules to onboard the animal health part. And also we are also creating the dashboard for animal health alone. So at least when somebody just clicks at a button, can be able to see what is going on in the country. And again, this is something that we're also working with CDRs in the different counties to be able to enhance data capture. For the Ministry of Health, they have the CHPs who are actually being remunerated. But for CDRs, not yet. And this is something we are working with the Ministry of Health and also with the other stakeholders to be able to onboard them so that they can be able to also to get their pay. Yeah, so these are some of the things that the DVS is at least working on to take advantage of the digital age. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Fluki. And as you were speaking, I was thinking that maybe next year, hopefully we have the same panel and we look at 1 year down the line so that the pilot projects that are being started, we can get now data from it. So that Nairobi City County government, who have started an initiative with the street vendors, then we can get data from it and see that what is working. So that we cannot just say, kwa ground vitu ni different. So that 1 year down the line, it's not just about responding to questions, but giving data to the pilots that have begun, which will no longer be pilots. If it failed, we know the reasons why and, you know, corrective measures. Kabwe, I'll come to you as you want to, briefly, yeah.
I think after listening to all this, then I'm just burdening myself and just thinking about what is happening. Yes, bit for ground tofauti. I think the cost of compliance continue increasing, which makes actually the producers, the supermarkets, and everyone to comply. Then, how can we reduce the cost of compliance so that all of us can comply at all stages? Because when it is extremely too much again, then it becomes a problem.
Thank you, Limo. And I like that this conversation is building up to something. I like the morning conversation where we were told that sometimes, and I'm not speaking as Kenya Bureau of Standards, but sometimes compliance, in terms of, I know you're speaking about the cost aspect, but the burden, the mindset of it being an opener to, you know, markets. But I'm not the one to answer. Let's take it to Kabwe so that he can speak about the Maria's question, and also any innovative approaches that the Kenya Bureau of Standards has made. I know Codex is a contact point here, but what innovative solutions has Kenya Bureau of Standards done to ensure that food safety in formal markets particularly?
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I think when we are talking about burdens and we are talking about innovation practices, so that either we can tackle sicknesses that may be coming or wasted, because the presenter in the morning talked about the post-harvest process that are coming up, or either sicknesses that may be coming as a burden to the people because of what they are consuming. As Kenya Bureau of Standards, the first thing that we need to ask ourselves what can we do, or what have we done? And the first thing that comes to my mind is the issue of standards, because you cannot talk of a burden, you cannot talk about non-conformity, or you cannot talk about a food safety hazard without, first of all, either documenting what that food safety hazard is, and then if there are limits of acceptance, whether that hazard may be the levels of acceptability or the level of rejection, we have not set them up. So what happens right now, the first thing we will be talking about in terms of innovation practices is that we have developed standards. And I'm thinking in the space of food, especially in the formal market, the issue of the current standards of either they may be product standards that may be there. We are talking about either sifted maize meal, we are talking about either flour, we are talking about bread, are there standards that are there? And possibly when these standards are available, what is the prescription? What are they prescribing in terms of food safety? That is one thing we are talking about. The other thing that I'll be looking at is about the issue of the existing codes of practice. For us to have either formal markets or even informal markets, then the issue of the codes of practice that have been developed through either stakeholders engagement and the existing technical committees, there is one very key standards that will help us have safe foods in the market. That is we call it KSES 39. That is the Code of Hygienic Practice. That is in the food and drink manufacturing industry. It provides simple but necessary aspects of compliance that we must put in place for us to make sure that we have safe and quality foods. It will be talking about the quality of water. It will be talking about issue of product or process segregation, such that how are we preventing cross-contamination in our production processes by just by the issue of segregation. And it will be talking about simple aspect of like the farmers can use their own, suppliers can provide. What do you check when you are either receiving that material for you to use in production? And then you'll be asking what checks are available. And sometimes it may not just be a check in the laboratory. A laboratory may be a verification aspect. But in checks, we are either looking at, you can do physical verification of a commodity and a raw material, and then you can make a decision whether to use it or not to use it, or to be put pending, so that you can verify the quality of the product. And basically, these standards that we have already developed will be giving safe limits for either antibiotics. They'll be giving safe limits for pesticide residues that are available in the product. We'll be talking about maybe heavy metals that are available. That is one. The other thing that I'm talking about in terms of innovation and the real solution that we'll be talking about, maybe how then do we verify that that commodity that you're using, a raw material, is safe? And that is where Kenya Bureau of Standards and other government agencies are coming in, and the issue of conformity assessment. In conformity assessment, I'm looking at the availability of test houses, the laboratory that Lucy was talking about. At the border points, we have those simple test kits that are available at the border point. And when the grains are coming into the country, then we'll be checking about the issue of moisture, the issue of aflatoxin, and we can make a decision whether to clear that commodity to come in as a serious or not. So that's kind of the testing. Then we also have laboratories either here in Nairobi or laboratories and these laboratories are able to provide test services so that manufacturers and even formal markets can make a decision in terms of whether to accept one commodity or not. The other thing, I was looking at this kind of testing houses, and because when we call about conformity assessment in terms of testing, we are looking at a widespread kind of laboratories in the market or in the country. Madam Lucy from Kenya has talked about accreditation. And what we are talking about, we must not just have a laboratory at Kenya Bureau of Standards. We are saying other people are investing. And if those laboratories they have invested in are laboratories that are providing quality test results, then manufacturers, even formal markets can take a commodity there, and then they can have it tested for them, and they can make a decision because these laboratories are everywhere and they'll be accredited. And that is how KENAS is coming in and helping us, especially in Kenya, in terms of making sure availability of test houses are there. Then there is one thing that is also happening. We do not just want to talk about laboratories, all test equipment that we are using, but we are asking ourselves, then when they give results, are those results reliable? And that is where people are talking about either accreditation of labs, or we are also talking about the issue of laboratory intercomparison of laboratory, whereby we can allow the different laboratory. At Kirdi, they have a laboratory. At Kalo, they have a laboratory. At National Public Health Laboratories, they are there. And these are available for use by public or every other person there. So basically, I will say that, and the final things I'll be talking about, some of the innovations that are there, is the issue of the formal markets, they cannot comply if they are not trained. And I think one of the things that we are doing at the Kenya Bureau of Standards, and also in collaboration with other markets, other players, is the issue of training. Training on either food safety management system, training on HACCP, requirements. So basically, training on quality controls. These trainings are available there. And then when the industry or the formal markets are using them, they can be able to improve their laboratories, or they can be able to improve the consciousness. Because we are saying, if you are trained and then you are told, one of the sense, maybe the sense of smell, can help you make a decision in whether to receive a milk or not. And then you can apply it. They're telling you, if you can use the sight, the sense of sight, just seeing, you can see what is the acceptable color of this commodity. And then if we see it's off, then you can make a decision. I think those are some of the simplified methods, apart from the testing that we are using, so that to make sure that that culture and the practice of checking. Because what is it you are receiving? Then check. Is it okay or not okay? Then ask. Has somebody confirmed whether this commodity is okay through a test? And then you ask for a test report. Then also you are asking, is this commodity acceptable? Then you're asking for a certification mark. And then you're looking at it. And then you're asking yourself, is this certification mark traceable? And then you're looking at, is it either valid or not valid? So basically, these are simple, maybe practical methods that are there, that the consumer can use to make a demand. Because when they use that to make a demand, then it trickles and goes to what Madam Barilla was talking about, then the source. Because they'll be asking you, what is the source? I think the final things that I'm looking at, and because we are told that this burden must be taken by everybody, is that what is the role of each of us? And then we are asking, maybe before I make that purchase, then what do I check? And then what do I check on that commodity? Am I checking about maybe the label? How is the label looking like? Then can I ask a question? Please, what do you say? Because already most of the labels will have even contacts of the manufacturer. Then I can even send a message and ask, yes, I saw a commodity. I saw your water in the market. And because you have provided your telephone number. And I saw you said magnesium is 0. Then if somebody asks that question, then the person who has provided that information, then they will start asking, why did I say that? And that is the culture that we want to develop. Thank you very much. I think then Madam Maria will talk about the burden. The regulation, she talks about the issue of the cost of compliance. And yeah, I would say, is it expensive? Is it not? There is a cost to compliance. I really want to admit to that. But maybe if you can look at the benefit of compliance, then we could maybe vary and say maybe the cost is there, but maybe the benefits I'm going to incur by making sure that I am either verifying for compliance, then it will be good for me because I will not lose that commodity because of recall. It will go to the market, it will be safe, and all that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kabwe. Asante sana. Makofi. Makofi, makofi. Now, as we near towards lunch, and I see you, as we near towards lunch, we have a few more minutes to open the Q&A. You wanted to point out something? Briefly.
Just something on that cost of compliance. Without a doubt, compliance has a cost. That's without a doubt. That's not in dispute.
Yeah.
I think the question is the affordability of that. And a lot of our compliance complication is really not about the cost. It's also about the lack of transparency, clarity in terms of what you need to comply, lack of alignment, Brenda, and hopefully food and feed. The safety coordination bill will help, because then it removes the need for me to go pay something at KEBS, and maybe I'm paying a similar thing to Nairobi County. Devolution is an awesome thing, but it came with its own headaches. So you'll find KEBS has a cost, but when Nairobi comes to inspect, they're asking for something that's exactly the same as what KEBS asked for. So there's a lot of duplication, and that complicates it increases that cost of compliance. The duplication, the lack of alignment across government bodies that are perhaps doing the same thing. I know still in matters safety, we have tourism authority collecting money, then we have tourism fund collecting money, then we have catering levy collecting money, and you're collecting from the same people, and in most cases the checkoffs are very similar. So alignment would really help with that cost of doing business. And then the things we speak about, again, I said Mambo Kwa ground is very different. I'm always making a joke that if you look at Kenya from abroad, just look at the paperwork of what Kenya looks like. It's what brings people here. And then you hit the ground and it doesn't look like the paper says. So theoretically, we have a lot of things that really make a lot of sense, but their implementation process or the capacity to implement it is very difficult. So we are a largely informal market. When he said 30-70, we are 30% formal in terms of outlook, in terms of FMCG perhaps, but we are probably 5% or less formal in terms of our markets where we buy our food. So accessibility of these testing facilities for that Mamboga. KS 1758, my last check was I think 6,000 bob. So that small farmer needs to buy that standard at that 6,000 bob. There are things that can be done to make it affordable to that farmer. So either go back to having farmer groups, so the group is buying the 6,000, government does the soil testing, water testing, so that the farmers benefit from that. We must think about the reality on the ground,
and
that we formal. We are highly informal, so we have to look at that farmer from that stage and then bring them up. So break down, for example, that food standard in terms of 3 basic things: that you separate your chemicals and your pesticide, for example, and that you have access to clean water. Then tick those 3, then add on another one, then keep building it so that that farmer eventually is able to meet the standard. But they must work together with the government, the consumer, or related bodies so that we are moving slowly at our own constant. Dr. Fluky, why I have issues with Donna is half the time our pilots are based on their standards. They are based on their standards. So even when you come to implement, I mean, if you look at even that 1758, it would probably work excellently in a farm in Denmark, but it won't work here. So we'll do a pilot based on an economy that is where, in fact, I keep saying, maybe we should drop Europe and go to India. Because India is very similar to us. And whatever they are practicing, we can almost practice, but not the European market. So we need to look at ourselves based on where we are and then build from there. The pilots are excellent, but not when they're set on standards that we don't have.
The conversations, I like the conversations that is going on. It's part of solving the problems. I like that you mentioned Kenya looks good from the outside looking in. That's a step. It's a step of, at least people want to get in and, then these conversations enable people when they touch down that on paper, on ground, that aligns. What I know is maybe Mr. Kabu, you'll speak on making the cost of compliance affordable. And I know the strategic plan of KEBS is aligned to bottom up and supporting MSMEs as well, but briefly, before we wind up.
I think I wanted just to pick one of the innovations that we are coming up with as the Kenya Bureau of Standards. She talked about the cost of the standard, purchasing of that Kenya standards. And this one of the solutions that we are coming up is what we call you pay per view, such that you don't have to have the whole document, but when you want to view that standards and read it, you just pay for that view, and that we are believing that will bring in the cost significantly, the cost very low, so that the user outside there will be just to pay. If they want just to view, maybe just 1 hour. We are working to see how long. Then they are just pay maybe your 200 shillings. You're able to read the standards, and then you leave it, and then you just apply that. So basically, that's a very big solution that we hope that will help. The other issue is, as you have talked about, the issue of coming together. I think that is one of the issues, the cooperative issue aspect. If also this can come up in terms of the retrack, maybe they are able to come up with that association. They are able to come with an association. They can even procure those standards on behalf of their member. And basically, if they are able to do that, then their members are able to access, because through of this process we are talking about users whereby the users can buy as institutions, whereby they are able to register as users, and then they can buy access standards and they can use them. And basically, those innovations will now help to make standards available. Then the other issue that we're talking about is when you have technology. And right now, I know sometimes we've been fought for it, but sometimes we are saying, right now you don't have to come to Kenya Bureau of Standards even to make an application for your standardization mark. Basically, through the automation of our processes, through the KIMS process, you are able, wherever you are, to apply. You are able, through the process, to buy for our standards wherever you are. So basically, these are technology solutions that may be coming in that can also help in because of accessibility of our services. Thank you.
Thank you. Time is not on our end. I'll give you 1 minute, and we'll try to keep it to 1 minute. So Nairobi City, DVS, then finally with Kenya Association of Manufacturers.
Thank you so much. I want to also elaborate what the innovative Nairobi County is coming with when it comes to dealing with the retailers. So one of the things like from public health perspective, you don't need to come to City Hall if you want to apply food under certificates. Nowadays we have Nairobi e-payment system that you can do it online at your comfort zone, or if you are in a given premise, you just go to that page, click, do register, and then you apply for food under certificates. That is one of the innovative practices that we are coming with, so that we don't really waste a lot of time traveling from where you are to City Hall seeking guidance for you to get this food under certificate. And then you are, through the system, you are able to be redirected to different facilities within the county. And again, I want to also comment what we said is that, as you can see, the Food and Feed Control and Coordination Bill is one of the best idea that was to coordinate all these agencies. And you can tell, even from the retrack, what she has said is that we have a lot of fragmented data in different institutions. For instance, if you go to laboratories, diagnostic testing, you see if from public health angle, we have results from either highly consumed food vehicles, we have our own results, KEBS, they have their own results, PCBB the same. So you find that even when it comes to dealing with referencing to different authorities becomes an issue. If we are able to have, as agencies who are implementing food safety along the supply chain, that we have a centralized laboratories, we have a digital system that all these institutions, FBOs, we are all able to monitor them through one common dashboard or database. And that's what I'm looking forward, if we are able to come together as institutions so that we don't burden, because it's about from burden to solutions. Yes, thank you.
Very much.
In a minute, please.
Okay, yes, I remember I did not answer your question on the issue of meat. And let me just quickly just go about it. Yes.
Over lunch, but
no problem.
kindly.
Okay. So basically, in Kenya, the meat inspection function is majorly devolved. We only, the national controls only the export facilities. So what we've been doing as the Directorate of Veterinary Services, we go about doing capacity building for the different counties and be able to bring them up to speed, even the capacity building in terms of even the technical know-how, and also the importance of continuous, consistent, reliable meat inspection in the different counties that we are having. So that's something that it's ongoing. And also the aspect of PPP. Us as DVS, we believe in public-private partnership, which is part of the rallying call of shared responsibility. So we have been adopting this mode of approaching situations and audit, whereby we allow the FBO to lead on bringing solutions to non-conformities. What do I mean by that? Our role is more of advisory. We have stopped micromanaging the FBO or the owner to bring solutions. So we'll tell them we want this as the result. So it is the FBO to come up with a solution. So that's we have realized that one helps a lot in terms of even the department, the directorate having scarce staff. We're able to do a risk-based audit, and it has been working well for the different facilities. Also, the other stakeholder engagements we've been having, we've been able to bring together the meat and the livestock traders to come to a body, one body, which they're able to work out their issues together. And we are foreseeing a way that we can be able to register traders that can be able to be known and recognized even internationally, so that we put a stop to the unscrupulous and business people who want to take an opportunity and advantage of the trade. Thank you.
Thank you. Finally.
I'm happy Nairobi County talked about different institutions testing the same products. Actually confirming that there's duplicative regulatory requirements, which needs to be addressed, which actually it is making that burden of compliance to be very difficult. So if all regulators, imagine going to Nairobi County, testing using the same standard, coming to KEBS, Ministry of Health and others, testing the same product, and it is not free of charge, it's a fee, and it is a lot. And so for me, if all of us can come together, manufacturers, retailers, regulators, let us work together to bring all this down and to ensure compliance. And again, the issues of standards continue being developed, reviewed, but where is the sensitization? I think this need of sensitization, going public, not only through your website, because how many people can, that mama boga or other people sitting somewhere else, how will they access that particular information? So there's need of sensitization. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your remarks. Thank you, Asanteni, and I hope you share the information. I know we work closely with Kenya Association of Manufacturers and reach out even during the workshop sessions. I hope that deserves a round of applause. It's premium content. Thank you very much, Kabue. Thank you very much, Limo from Kenya Association of Manufacturers, Retrack CEO, Sante Sana, Nairobi City Council. You can go back to your seats. Thank you. And Veterinary Services, Asanteni Sana. Thank you. We've come to the end of day one, discussing burdens to solution, safety, food safety, safe food everywhere, for everybody. And we've all been challenged that it starts with you and I. Inaanza na wewe, na itaanza na mimi pia. At this point, I'd like to call on stage Mercy Kioko to read a poem as we wind up with a word of prayer, and I hope I can get a volunteer. Perfect. 1 second.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mercy Kioko. I'm an agri-food and feed lawyer, currently working at Kenya Bureau of Standards, Codex Division. And what we've currently been hearing the entire morning and afternoon session is about a shared responsibility. And to commemorate this year's theme of our World Food Safety Day, I came up with a very short poem that I'd like to share with you. And it starts, from burden to solution. Safe food is a right we share, a promise made with thoughtful care. From field and farm to every plate, its safety shapes our common fate. Through science, knowledge, truth, and light, we turn food risks into what's right. Together, we can pave the way for safer food each passing day. On this Food Safety Day, we declare healthy lives begin with care. From burdens to solutions, we strive for safe food everywhere to thrive. Thank you very much.
That's when you know when conversations turn into passion, a poem is delivered at the end of the conversation. To wrap up, I'd like to call the Chief Manager Standards at the Kenya Bureau of Standards, Marianne Kindiki, to give a vote of thanks and wrap up this meeting for us. Makofi tafadhali, we have food after this, so karibu. You can use this.
Is it working? But I'm loud enough. You either answer me now or you stay here until I'm between you and leaving this place. Okay? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Marianne, as you have heard from Mercy, and mine will be very short, because I see the faces are not very nice to me, but I'll be very short so that I don't keep you here. So for me, I want to make some remarks as we close, very few remarks. One is to inform you that this is just the beginning of the 4-day event. I think you're aware of that. Yes? Yes? You say yes. Yes. So as we come to the end of this very first day of celebrations, I want to thank all of you for finding time to be here. It was a good start, I believe. It was a good start, yes? Yes, so I want to thank all of you for coming and also for participation, because if you don't participate, then it will not be as it has been. Sindio, we can appreciate that it was a good event for a start. Tomorrow we are going completely virtual. Is it right, Naomi? Yes, tomorrow is completely virtual, so we will not be gathered here. So we will send a link, we will circulate a link for all of us, and for you also to send this link. I don't know how many of us here invited our house managers. What do we call them? Yes? To listen to this event. Did we do that? Then whom did you send to? Because those are the people who make your food. Because these people, all of these people here, they know what they are doing. You are saying food safety and they already know what is a safe food. When you talk about the formal market, the supermarkets, they already know what it is about a safe food. The manufacturer, they know about Kenya standards. CDO. So the link that we are going to send, please share with your house managers, okay? Let them join and you give them permission. Don't look at them through the cameras and tell them that they were not working when they should be working. Give them time to follow. So I think today we have seen good results, and we hope the coming days are going to be good. So today has provided an excellent opportunity to reflect on the critical role that food plays in protecting consumer health, right? Even for us who think that they know, at least you have learned something today. Am I right? Just say yes. Just say yes. Yes, you have learned something. So you must say yes for you to leave this place. So I believe you have learned something, even for us who feel that we know everything. Because other than protecting the health of the consumer, food standards also help in facilitating trade. So I know there are traders here and the manufacturers. So I think this year's celebrations are continuing, and as we continue here, remember the month of June is set aside for that. Kindly do 1 or 2 things that marks the celebration of World Food Safety Day. So in the next 3 days, I want to encourage all of us here to actively engage and share your experiences, whether virtually, and on Thursday, I want to invite us to join the what? What is there on Thursday? Sorry. On Thursday. On Thursday? Yes, at regional level, okay? We want to be counted even at regional level. So please let us join for that. And on Friday, Mercy, please don't go, just a minute. Yeah. So on Friday, we will finish up with a cleanup. I hope you will come ready to clean up our markets. Are you promising to come? Yes, just say yes. And yes, then you come. No, this one now, it's not just a yes. It's not a yes between now and lunch. It's a true yes. So please, you come again so that we can finish up in style at the City Park Market. Right? Yes. City Market. City Park Market. Yes. I usually confuse City Market, City Park. Yes. And I want to take this opportunity now before we go to thank our organizing committee. Anybody here who was a member of that organizing committee, please stand up. We want to appreciate you. Stand up quickly so that we finish this. Naomi, Dancet, Mercy, Brenda. Yes, thank you very much, team. These people have done an excellent job. You can see that. Thank you very much. You can sit down. We appreciate your hard work. We want to also recognize NCC members, the members of the National Codex Committee. I can see very few here. Are you here because this is the committee which gave us the blessings to now formulate the organizing committees? And some of them are still the members of the organizing committee. So you can stand still, even if you are wearing the 2 shoes again, just a minute. Stand up. Members of the NCC, thank you very much. Brenda is our immediate former chairperson of the National Codex Committee. Dr. Wanjala, you are left seated and you are the new chairperson of the National Codex Committee. I see Nancy, who is also seated, and they are members of the National Codex Committee. These are the people who drive the Codex work at national level. Thank you very much. I want to thank our partners. I am not going to mention all of you. You know yourselves, and we appreciate you so much. I want to recognize PCPB. I want to recognize AFA, KDB. These are the ones who came out in terms of resources and even providing the technical officers to help us in the planning. So thank you very much. feel appreciated, all our partners. I think you can see that from the banner. Yes, I was looking for the partners. The banner has all our partners. Thank you very much, because if it was not your support, we could not be here today. You made everything possible. Please, those who are representing the institutions, you can send back a one to your CEOs that we are very appreciative of what you did to us. And I want to thank our panelists who did a good job here. Our panelists, you don't need to stand, you were here, we have already marked your faces. So thank you very much, even the moderator, for taking us through that discussion and explaining further in detail the different aspects that we are celebrating today. Thank you very much. I don't want to forget to thank our MC. That's why I didn't want her to go. She's so passionate about her job. And I wonder how Mercy grasps every context. I don't know how. You take her to engineering, she takes it up as if she knows everything. Now she's even teaching me about World Food Safety Day. I'm so surprised. So thank you, Mercy. Even we know the voice is natural, it is God-given. You could have kept it for other use, but you decided to use that God's gift to serve the nation. Thank you very much. We appreciate you, Mercy. She has such a nice voice. She has a very nice voice. Yes, men voice. Yes, she has a very nice voice. I hope you have noted that. For gentlemen, ladies, you have nothing to do with her voice. Thank you, Mercy. And her team, her communications team, I think you love what you're saying. Together with the marketing team, Louisa, where is Louisa? Her team. Yeah, thank you very much. Please pass our regards to Louisa. You have done a good job. Everything is beautiful and we appreciate you. I'm not beating the drum for KEBS, but these are the people the departments that were helping us in setting up the stage and making everything beautiful. So thank you very much, communications and marketing team. The live stream, I believe it was uninterrupted. So thank you to our service providers. And even the venue setup, I think it is, this room is not usually like this. So we have converted it to it and to this, and it looks, in the ones of Teacher Wanjiku, it looks fabulous. Am I right? Yeah, it looks very fabulous. Even the flyers, they are beautiful, right? The flyers that we are sharing. So we thank you. It is the team that has been doing this. They support other departments in such kind of work. Last but not least, and before I come to the last, I want to thank each one of you for finding time and staying up to now. It was not easy. You can give yourself a pat on your back. I said a pat, or you chose clapping for yourselves. Thank you very much. And also, the youth that participated, other than winning, thank you for thinking around that concept. I can see future standardizers in this field. So last but not least, in fact, the greatest is to thank God, right? We thank God for giving us the wisdom, for giving us the strength, and for giving us the resources to do this, right? So we thank God for this opportunity, because he is the one who knew at such a time we will be here. And he makes everything beautiful in his own time. So this is God's time, and he has made it truly beautiful. So with that, I want to thank each one of you, but we are not closing. We are just closing for today, hoping to see you tomorrow and Thursday. Tomorrow is Wednesday. Tomorrow and Thursday virtually, and on Friday we meet at City Park Market. Thank you very much, and we can all be upstanding for a word of prayer so that we conclude. Unless there was something else? Nothing? Okay, let us pray. Father in heaven, we come before your presence this afternoon, thanking you for the grace, thanking you for strength, thanking you for enabling us to be here. taking us throughout the event. And at this point now, God, we are coming to the end of this event. All glory and honor is unto you. We pray, God, that our hearts be full of thanks for you have did this for us. Now as we leave this place, God, how we pray that you continue to be with us. We continue to be the ambassadors of food safety wherever we go. And this is the wisdom that we ask that you are going to give us. How we pray, God, that you protect each one of us in all our ways and in even the places that we work or the places that we are doing our businesses. Be with us, God, enable us, and be our patron in everything that we do. And because we trust in you, and because we are children, we believe that you are going to do this for us. This is a prayer of faith to God through Christ our Lord. Amen.